All right, good morning, everyone. Today is March 20th, 2019. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today in New York is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Held, Associate Counsel Marsico, and myself, Secretary Donahue. Excuse me. The next meetings will be on April 10th, May 1st, May 15th, and May 29th. Those are all going to be held in Albany. And there'll be more information about that later. We're going to call items for the most part in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then New York City, with a few exceptions. As your item is called, please approach the podium, speak into the microphone because we're recording everything, and please state your name on the record so we can get that. If you have a cell phone, please silence it. If you're going to take a call, please take it outside. Chairman, do you have any announcements before we get going?
Why don't you go through the Albany meeting scenario so that the people that come to these regularly know what to expect?
Sure thing. The next meeting, which is April 10th, it's 3 weeks from today, the members will be up in Albany. We will be holding the meeting in the conference rooms on our 9th floor office. So there will be limited space. For those of you thinking about going up there, just warn you right now, there's limited space. You'll have to bring ID, sign in at the front lobby. There'll be an announcement on this on the website shortly, probably by tomorrow. The Buffalo location will stay the same procedures. As you know, we're moving out of this office. We'll be in our new offices in the Adam Clayton Power Building on the other end of the block on April 1st. Our full board meeting room, the permanent location, will not be ready yet. So the attendees for the April 10th meeting will be going to what's called the art gallery space on the second floor. You'll go through security downstairs and then go up to the second floor. We are instituting a new procedure starting with the next meeting. The Buffalo and Albany cases will be heard at 10 o'clock as usual. We'll start with them, but we're not going to start with the New York City matters until 11 o'clock. For the 10th, it's going to be 11:30 because there's something else going on in that room. All right, so we're not going to hear any New York City matters until 11:30 on the 10th. There won't be anybody at the desk taking names for the list until 10 o'clock. So now, no matter what time you get in downstairs, it's going to be based on when you sign in upstairs, and no one will be there until 10 o'clock. All right. In May, the full board will still be meeting up in New York City, but in Albany rather, but there is a large conference room on the first floor lobby. That's where the meeting will be, and there's more space there. All right, so the times will be 10 o'clock for Buffalo and Albany, 11 o'clock for the New York City matters. All right, and that process will go through at least until May or until our permanent full board meeting room is ready to go. Everything is the same, except that rather than the members here, all right, and we've done this before, we've had meetings in Albany before. Just like you do now, attendees can come to the Manhattan location, which will be in the Adam Clayton Power Building, in that art gallery space on the second floor. There'll be a screen and everything else, but the members will be in Albany. That's the only difference. None of the staff, the members and counsel's office, licensing, secretary's office, will all be in Albany. All right, so as you see how people appear for the meeting in Albany and Buffalo, that's how it'll be for Manhattan until we get the new space set up. Chairman, anything else you wanted to mention?
No, and the reason for that is because the technical equipment is not going to be in place in Manhattan. So we already have it in place in Albany, and we will be able to broadcast it from Albany, and we figure rather than put it all together with duct tape and hope for the best, we try to do it this way. So hopefully it's very temporary. But other than that, I'm good.
Okay, then, so the first matter is actually in New York. It's a request from counsel's office for a summary suspension order. It's item 630E, RRR Lounge, Inc.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm Cannon Kearney here on behalf of the Authority. Today, the Authority is coming before you for a summary suspension of the RRR Lounge, Inc. located at 8718 Liberty Avenue, Queens, New York, 11420. In preparing for this case, I thought back to a time when my father and I used to watch Westerns, such as High Noon. And in those Westerns, you would have a protagonist, usually a vigilante, not a law enforcement agent, who would assist in ensuring that the community was safe. Then you had the antagonist, who was usually a jerk, who wanted to ensure that lives were messed up. But there was always a shootout. And at the shootout, even though I was astonished that a six-shooter could shoot 100 rounds, you never knew where the bullets landed. It could have been to the individual at the wholesale store or the person on the horse that's riding by. Well, today, I'm here because there was a shootout at the RR Lounge, Inc. on March 9th, 2019. And we also had a vigilante, an individual who thankfully came to the rescue of the patrons inside of the lounge. The perpetrator, with a .40 caliber semi-automatic handgun, began to shoot in the middle of a crowd of patrons. The vigilante, an individual who was an off-duty security guard, came to the rescue of all of those individuals. So today, the council's office believes that we have significant evidence, substantial evidence, for a summary suspension of the license of the RR Lounge, Inc. The RR Lounge, Inc. disclosed principal is Cesar Torbio. The premise has been licensed to traffic in alcoholic beverages such as wine, beer, cider, and liquor as a bar tavern since June 5th, 2017. According to their method of operation, the licensee represented that the premise would not have a manager because the principal would be there on a daily basis to supervise. Also, the authority stipulated that the licensee shall have no dancing. Additionally, the licensee gave the authority a menu showing that they would provide food for their patrons. Well, I'm here today to say none of those things have happened.
How do we know?
We have video surveillance of patrons inside of the premise dancing. We have multiple march operations in which Unified Task Force have come to the premise and seen individuals who call themselves managers, as well as we have multiple violations of the State Liquor Authority, including the serious violation of non-bona fide because the premise does not have a kitchen, nor was their food being served.
What's the music situation according to the stipulations?
According to the stipulation, the premise is allowed to have a DJ with recorded music, no live music. Today I come before you with no violations of such. However, we do believe that due to lack of supervision, due to the individuals, the principal, Mr. Caesar, that this premise needs to be summarily suspended because the individuals in the community, the individuals, their patrons, and the NYPD, their lives are at stake every day that this premise is open.
Why?
Again,
I need facts.
The facts
the
are-
opinion of the
yes,
public
correct.
is really irrelevant to me.
correct. The facts are, Your Honor, on March 9, 2019, the vigilante that I said that saved the individual's life, he was shot in the foot. The facts are,
Were the police called, or how did they end up there?
again, this place has been on the radar of the NYPD for almost a year and a half now. The police were already at the location, thankfully, on a directed patrol. The police witnessed the frolic come outside of the premise. The police were there to identify the shooter, and upon the police, upon the police getting involved with the shooting, the police had to release 13 rounds from their service weapons in order to ensure that the perpetrator was put down.
What, you mentioned March operations. When were they?
We had a March operation just as recently as March 15th. On March 15th, we had 37 violations that would come to play. Some, again, being non-bona fide, some being failure to conform to application for the managers, for the security, as well as many health violations. So, again, this place, as well as 3 pending cases with 15 other charges.
Do any of those charges involve violence?
Those charges definitely involve charges of violence, Chairman. We have a stabbing. We have violent assaults. We also have bar fights.
And they're pending now?
Correct.
The off-duty security guard, was he a security officer for this place, or do we not know that?
So the facts, speculation from the NYPD is that he was involved with the premise, but we know on the night of the actual incident, he was not employed, he was not working at the time.
Is the place authorized for security guards?
The place is not. So according to their license, according to their application, they do not have the right to have security.
Okay.
But thankfully, he was there.
The principal is Cesar Torbio?
Yes, and so Mr. Torbio has been approached by the NYPD multiple times for crime prevention tips. They begged and pleaded with him to come to meetings. He has been involved in some meetings, but the general tone from the NYPD 106th precinct is that Mr. Torbio just doesn't get it.
Was he present at the licensed premise on the evening of March 8th, morning of March 9th?
So
The shooting happened?
that question, according to video surveillance, Mr. Torbio was at the location at the time of the brawl inside that occurred prior to the shooting. However, the record stands silent on any communication between Mr. Torbio with the NYPD involving the brawl inside or directly after the shooting. So we would think that an adequate supervisor would at least make the attempt to call 911. The record stands silent.
I think
on
we
that.
have enough.
Didn't he also deny being there to the police?
Again,
Didn't he say he wasn't even there, and then the police actually saw that he was there?
yes, those facts actually are involved.
Do you know if the security officer, off-duty security, was he licensed to carry, or do we not know that?
The security officer, so again, the police believe that the .40 caliber semi-automatic handgun was that of the perpetrator. However, the security guard was not licensed at all. However, due to investigation, the NYPD are sure that he was an off-duty security guard.
All right, Tom, I think we're
Ready to
ready.
vote?
Yeah.
Commissioner Fan.
Very disturbing facts of a pattern of violent history here, stabbings, violent assault, and this most recent round of shooting. It's never good to be shooting into a crowd, and that the perpetrator had to be taken down by 13 rounds from the NYPD. Clearly a drain on police resource, and disturbed by the licensee's constant seems like he's just not conforming to his application with many pending cases and many violations. This is a substantial threat to public health, safety, and welfare. This location is very close to an elementary school. That's worth noting. And for that, I am voting to summarily suspend.
Commissioner Ford.
I can't really add very much more to that than what Commissioner Fan already stated for the record, so I concur, and I vote to summarily suspend.
Chairman Bradley.
I vote to summarily suspend on same grounds. Thank you.
All right, the next item, also in New York, is item 536, Murph's Tavern, Sag Harbor LLC. Chief McGuire? Okay, just want to make sure you're here. Why don't you, just over there for a second? Sure, of course.
Was the owner here? Yes. Yeah, then let's go.
Sir?
No, put your name on the record and your client's name.
Patrick DeLuca, this is Murph's Tavern, Sag Harbor, and my client, Nicholas, Nino Tristani. I can't pronounce.
Chief?
Nino Tristani.
Good morning, Board. My name is Austin McGuire. I'm the Chief of Police in the Village of Sag Harbor.
And you can go first.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Austin McGuire. I'm the Chief of Police in the Village of Sag Harbor. I've come here today to speak about the new license at Murph's Tavern at 64 Division Street in the Village of Sag Harbor. Murph's Tavern has a long history in the village. It has a long-standing tradition of being a late-night place. 22 years ago, when I was first a police officer in Sag Harbor, it was vastly different. Nightclubs and late-night establishments were more the norm than the exception. I left and returned 18 and a half years later as chief. The dynamic of Sag Harbor has changed drastically. Although the village currently enjoys a robust tourist and dinner crowd, most establishments close around midnight, with 1 or 2 staying open until 2 on the weekends. Murph's, however, continue to stay open until 4, and with that comes baggage. From late March of 2010 to this date, there were 151 calls for service at Murph's. That does not include incidents that occurred off of the premise that originated or were caused by Murph's.
What year?
From 2010, for about nine years, sir. I will now read the email that I submitted to the SLA on October 8th. If you have a copy of that, I just wanted to enter it in a record, if that's all right.
No, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm writing in regards to 64 Division Street, Village of Sag Harbor, formerly known as Murph's Tavern. I've received a 30-day advance notice that another establishment is applying for a license to go there. I'm asking the board to consider a closing time of 2 a.m. for the new application. Murph's Tavern was the only licensed establishment in the village to stay open until 4. It was also one of the very few in the local area that did. Murph's had a number of violations and demanded the frequent attention of the police department. There are also quality of life issues that were a spillover from Murph's. Complaints of public urination, defecation, public sex acts, and drug use in the area adjacent to the establishment. It should also be noted that we are a very small police department, with usually only 2 officers on duty. At times, there was only 1 officer working. In May of 2018, Murph's Tavern settled some violations with the SLA, and one of the stipulations they agreed to was to close at 2 a.m. This made a tremendous difference in calls for service at the establishment, and because of the establishment alleviated many of the quality of life issues. I'm very concerned that if this new applicant is allowed to stay up until 4 a.m., the issues I noted before will resume. Closing by 2 a.m. will be in line with the other establishments in the village and would maintain the decorum normally found here. Please contact me if you have any questions. Thank you for your time.
So Chief, that's pretty much your main issue with the license being issued for this place, is just closing time?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes, we weren't aware of the requirement for 2 a.m. As soon as we became aware of it, my client executed an affidavit that he has no problem closing at 2 a.m. My client purchased the building, so he's in this for the long run. This isn't a hit and run application for him. He met with the chief of police after knowing that there were concerns that only came to our attention in February 22nd when we received the notice of the hearing and that they had received a letter from the chief of police. Prior to that, we didn't know about it. As soon as we did, we contacted our client, and he had no problem with the affidavit that you have a copy of.
Mr. McGuire, is there residence on this street?
Yes, it's a mixed commercial residential use.
And I see that they're right next to your headquarters?
Yes, Murph's is 64 Division Street. We're number 70 Division Street.
And they did meet with you, as he said?
Yes, actually spoke with Mr. Trefani yesterday on the phone. Like he said, they were just made aware of this, and I was provided an unsigned copy of the affidavit, which, if I can get a copy of a signed affidavit, I'm happy with those
Okay.
stipulations.
We can provide that to you.
I'm not discounting them, but right now, your concerns are more about the operators that were there before. There's nothing personal about this
No,
applicant.
not at all. No, we just, like I said, we just met about 10 minutes ago in person and spoke yesterday briefly on the phone.
And no DJs? I see that's just jukebox and recorded music?
That's correct, just jukebox.
Oh, and live music? How often's the live music?
Say maybe once a month, maybe twice a month.
And what kind of live music are you talking about?
They have acoustic and
Yeah,
bands, so it's
acoustic.
kind of everybody.
Nothing loud.
And you're not going to be working there?
No, my manager, who I brought, will be the day-to-day operator.
Do you live out there at all? Because I see you live in
Yeah, I
Staten
have a
Island.
residence in East Hampton, and I'm out there for most of the summer, but my primary residence is in Staten Island, New York.
And where's your manager worked before? Do we have a thing on him?
The manager?
It's in a bar management CV just yesterday. My experience lies primarily in London. I was a manager of 2 craft beer and kind of spirits music venues and bars. And I
So
ran them
nothing out in Long Island?
on Eastern Long Island. No, not as
And nothing in New York?
no.
Okay.
So are you moving out to Sag Harbor?
I live there currently year round
You live there currently, yeah, okay. And you live in Sag Harbor?
in Sag Harbor. Yes.
All right.
I don't have a PQ on him, the manager.
We don't have a personal questionnaire. You're going to have to fill one out and send it in.
This was a last minute, something we became aware of when we contacted him about the chief of police's email.
Are we ready to vote?
Mr. McGuire, I just want to clarify, I don't want to be redundant, but you're okay with live music?
Sure, as long as it's regulated, it would have to be approved by our village board for a live music permit.
Okay, but the application as it stands, you're only
that's-
concerned about the hours?
So, ma'am.
Is there going to be, there's no security? You sure about that?
Right
In the
now,
sum-
there isn't security. It's a very small bar. If we need be, on weekends that are busy, we will have somebody at the...
Well, the reason she's asking is if you can't do that. So if you want to have it on weekends, we can give it to you on weekends, but if you're telling us you're not going to have it, it means you're never going to have it. We have to know what you're doing.
We said when we spoke, when we met, we didn't think it was necessary, so you have to say, put it that way. If you want to modify, I'll ask the permission, and we...
If you believe it to be necessary later, you got to come back before you
So I'd
start
have
it.
to come back.
Yes.
If
I mean, we can give you one on weekends if you want, just a guard. It's up to you.
That would be good.
That would be perfect.
So you're paying yourself rent?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to let you know, Mr. DeLuca, the certificate of occupancy is extremely vague, and we're going to be asking for something better. It just says from 1976, and it says a building located on Division Street. I'm going to need something a little bit better.
From 1976 or 18?
No, 19, sorry, I spoke to 1976.
The building was built in 1797, so we're going to get something for you.
I would need something, yeah.
Are we ready to,
This is-
The CO you have is what was in the record from the prior MERS.
Yeah, well, I don't like
Yeah,
it,
we'll
so we're
get
going to
you
get another one.
we ready to vote then?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
Yes. With a manager, recorded music, live music, jukebox, no dancing, 1 to 2 security guard on the weekends. Since you own the building and it's not hit and run, I assume that if I give you 2 a.m., you'll come back again. And so I'm going to start at 2 a.m. across the board. I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I will on all the same grounds, and I don't care about how often you have live acoustic music, big deal. But I will add to that stipulation, as the chief mentioned, that you do need to get a live music permit from the village, and I approve.
I'll approve on the same grounds. Good luck.
Chief, we'll be emailing you a copy of that affidavit, so you'll have it.
And I'll get you the personal, Ms. Hill. I'll get you the
Chief, thank you for
personal.
coming in.
Thank you.
and we'll contact the village for a different upgrade.
The next item is 615. This is up in Buffalo. 2008 Wine and Liquor Corp.
Good morning. I'm Jim Bingham, representing 2008 Wine and Liquor Corp. My client, Balwinder Kerr.
And I need the interpreter to state his name and who he is for the record.
I'm the interpreter. My name is Nirvan Sodhi.
Oh, this is the one that we had.
Is there any protesters there?
There's no one in opposition present.
Okay, go ahead.
My client's looking for the approval for the liquor store in Syracuse. We're ready to answer any questions that you have.
Why does she want to open a liquor store?
तुम लिखर स्टोर क्यों खोलना चाहते हो?
ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਗਰੋਸਰੀ ਸਟੋਰ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ ਔਰ ਗਰੋਸਰੀ ਸਟੋਰ ਆਸੇ-ਪਾਸੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੋਰ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੰਨਾ ਮਾਰਜਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਲਿਖਰ ਸਟੋਰ ਕਰਾਂ।
She already got a grocery store, and there are so many grocery stores nearby, and she wants to start this. That's why she asked me for a license.
I'm sorry, since we've done this, this has been put over for so many weeks, I just want to hear that clearly. Can you just repeat that into the mic? Is there a mic there?
Yes, there's a microphone on the board.
Oh, I see.
Currently, there is a grocery store in the area that the groceries stores are saturated. So the grocery store is going to be closing. My client's looking to convert that grocery store, which she's the landlord of, into a liquor store because she feels it would be better serving the public in that area.
Okay.
Well, there's 5 stores within under 2 miles of that area, so, and it's a driving community, so what is she going to do that the other 5 stores aren't doing?
2 ਮਿਲ ਦੇ ਰੇਡੀਅਸ ਅੰਦਰ 5 ਸਟੋਰ ਹੋਰ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਇਹਦੇ?
ਸਾਡੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਾਫੀ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਏਰੀਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ। ਬੱਸ ਸਟੈਂਡ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਹੈ, ਪਾਰਕਿੰਗ ਲਾਟ ਵੀ ਹੈਗਾ।
It's in the residential area and close to the bus stop, and that's why.
No traffic issue, parking area है।
There are no traffic issues. There are enough parking there.
Michelle, I cannot hear a word he's saying.
Can I just have, Jim, I need you to stand on the other side of your client. And have your client in the middle. When everyone speaks, I need you to look into this microphone right here, and I need you to speak directly, and I need you to speak loudly into the microphone, okay? Okay, Chairman.
Thank you. Can you just repeat what you said?
This store, what she's owning, it's in the residential area, and there are a lot of people there, and there's a lot of parking there, so it is the most ideal place for her to get a license.
So she's not doing anything different?
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੈਗੇ?
ਹੋਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਟੋਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਤਲਬ ਵਾਈਡ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਤੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ ਡਿਸਕਾਊਂਟ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ
they will do the service to the people by giving a discount to the public.
The other thing is a percentage of New York State product is going to be used.
25% wine and liquor New York State.
Madam, I need you to speak up a little bit more.
So benefit me, New York State and public.
25% of the product will be liquor, and
I'm sorry, only 5% will be liquor?
I'm sorry, 25% will be dedicated to New York State products. If I could just add for the record too, that in the competition area, one of the Brighton Liquor, the client had passed away. That store is no longer open.
Where is that?
That's 446 East Brighton Avenue.
Well, that's not
That's
one of the
not-
5 closest.
Not even one of the 6 closest.
We have it on our record as a 1.5 miles from the location. The other store, Shady Brook Liquors, my understanding from them, their demographic shows that their sales are on the increase. They're doing over 20% greater sales than last year.
What's the
So
name of
there
that?
is
What store is that that's doing Shady Brook?
Shady Brook Liquor, Shady Brook Liquors, Inc. It's 2505110.
And you're saying this year they're doing 25% more than last year?
That is correct.
But we're showing decrease.
Yeah, over a 4-year period, they're down over 20,000.
Again, that information was basically discussed with my client and the owner of that store.
Who
as
is
they
the
were
owner?
doing-
Does she know the owner of that store?
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਓਨਰ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਹੋ
ਯੈਸ
ਯੈਸ
Who is it?
ਕੌਣ ਹੈ
ਕਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਪਏ
ਜਿਹੜੇ ਓਨਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ
ਇੱਕ ਉਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਫਰੈਂਡ ਲਾਈਕ ਫਰੈਂਡ ਹੈ
they are like our friends.
Are they relatives?
They're not relatives. They're friends with her husband.
As far as that story you mentioned where there's an owner path, I have a transfer application pending for that location.
You have a transfer?
And that's actually right down the road from Go Booze on 101 Newberry Hollow Lane, actually, that store.
Which we just opened.
Yes.
All right.
What's the role of your husband?
Name of your husband.
What's that?
Name of her husband.
No,
Role. What's the role?
Oh, the husband's not going to be involved with the business, has other business that he takes care of. So he's
ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਨਾਮ ਕੀ ਹਸਬੰਡ ਹੈ
not involved.
ਜਸਵਿੰਦਰ ਮੁਲਤਾਨੀ ਦਾ husband's name.
I'm sorry, what?
Jaswinder Multani.
That's his name.
That's her husband's name.
And what does he do?
ਕੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ?
ਉਹ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਗੈਸ ਸਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੀ ਹੁਣ ਉਹ ਮਤਲਬ ਗੋਡੇ ਤੇ ਸੱਟ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹ
अभी कुछ now he's doing nothing because he got injured on his shoulder and earlier he had a gas station and sometimes he helps her.
Counsel, do you have, by any chance, sales numbers for Karam Corp?
Karam Corp?
Karam Corp, 2603181.
They didn't submit anything, it looks like.
I looked and there was nothing submitted late either.
Right, okay.
Do we know how far that is?
South Salina Street, that's downtown.
Again, that area is a very populated area, lots of foot traffic in the winter and in the summer.
Correct, stand corrected.
How far is it about, do you think?
It's over here and.
Mile.
Yeah, at
Plus.
least. Yeah, plus, look at the density.
Anything else?
We ready to vote then?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
I don't have the full picture here because we don't have all the data that otherwise would have been submitted. Given that the applicant owns the building, I see public convenience because she's mentioning about the price, and so I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
Since we've had this one held over a couple of times, I've had a chance to look at this a little bit more in depth. Although it may seem like the other stores might be relatively close, they kind of really aren't. A couple of them are on the other side of 81. The other one is on McDonald Road, is a little further away than you would think it would be. You're in the heart of the south side of the Syracuse of the city, and I think there's a public convenience and advantage to be met, so I'll vote to approve.
Chairman Bradley?
I would have voted to deny, but you're approved. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle, I have one more item in Buffalo, 610, the Gilded Club, Inc.
Go ahead.
Rob Bidwell, owner.
Richard Burns, owner.
Are you aware of the history of this place?
Yes, I am.
How?
I've been down in Armory Square about 20 years, owning and running a couple of different places.
So you're aware that we had to close it because it became a police focal point?
Yeah, I actually bought the building, so we're going to redevelop the building also.
You're right behind,
Residential.
you're right behind the landmark.
Correct. Well, right next door. Landmark goes between the block, between Salina and Clinton
But
Street.
your entrance is on Clinton Street, correct?
Correct.
What's the music? Are you going to have DJs or live music?
Yeah, we're gonna, on the weekends, we plan on, having some acoustic, and hopefully, a DJ once in a great while. We're gonna keep the music toned down because of the residential, the residential apartments that are gonna be right above
They
it.
didn't put in a DJ, and nor was it discussed at the 500-foot, so it wasn't.
Yeah, you didn't ask for a DJ, and it wasn't discussed at the 500-foot hearing, so that
Yeah.
might be part of that.
Our main focus is more of a social club and entertainment club with like puzzles and trivia and stuff like that. So DJ's not a big deal. I didn't have the application in front of me. Bob Tisdale is our attorney, and he had a stroke about 60 days ago, 70 days ago.
That's
So
stupid.
otherwise, he'd have been here for us.
Okay. So you're fine without the DJ then?
Yeah, fine without the DJ.
What's your hours?
We're gonna open, I believe, on the application from 3 in the afternoon till 2 in the morning on Wednesday through Sunday. And like I said, I'm going off of, memorization here.
Well, I mean, if it's not, I'm just asking what you want. The
Yeah.
hours, I'm not going to hold you to your application. We're going to decide what they are right now.
Okay.
You mentioned you have had a couple licensed establishments?
Well, I have one, Modern Malt, which is about 3 buildings down, which is
Okay.
more of a diner type situation. And then I own the building that Clinton Street Pub is in, and I own the building that the Penny Pub is in.
Okay. And who are the other 2 partners on this? Justin Block and Scott Friedberg?
Yes.
Who are they?
Scott Freeberg is a marketing rep, owns his own company called Gilded Social. He's been in Syracuse, I want to say, he went to school there, so he's probably been in Syracuse about 7 or 8 years. We're bringing him in as our marketing team. And then Justin Black has been a friend for 12 years.
So Gilded Social is your promoter, in theory?
Well,
Are you branding the
that's
Gilded
his-
Club?
that's his background. He promotes, on social media and stuff like that.
But he is providing through his listserv or whatever that Gilded Social is to become the customers of Gilded Club, in theory?
Can you repeat that for me, please?
Are you using him as a promoter based on his social media outreach?
I don't know if I would call him a promoter. I mean, he's an owner of the company, and he's going to use his company to, in his theories and how he markets, to help market the Gilded Club.
Is he giving money to be part of this venture, or is he just
Yes.
being included? Okay.
No, he gave money. He's on the application.
In your 500-foot hearing, it states here, the applicant intends to offer low-volume recorded music and possibly occasional live acoustic music.
Correct.
Is that on the paperwork?
Hang on 1 second. They did have live acoustic.
Okay.
Okay. Tom?
And if we
Vote-
decide,
Hold on for a second. We're ready to vote?
okay,
With recorded live and acoustic music, no DJ, no outdoor space, no security guard?
no, we have security guard on there.
You have security guard? Okay. How many?
No, they do
Excuse me?
not have security. on
It
there.
doesn't say security guard on the application, but if you want one, I can put it in now.
Please, absolutely, please,
Just on the weekends or every day?
just on the weekends.
Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna start again. Recorded music, live music, acoustic music, no DJ, no outdoor space, 2 security guards on the weekends, and 2 a.m. across the board. I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
With only acoustic music, for live music and recorded music, you're going to be one of the quieter bars on Armory Square. So I'll vote to approve too, with same conditions as as Commissioner Fan.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll vote to approve with the same conditions. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Michelle, I have nothing else in Buffalo?
There's nothing else signed in Buffalo.
Okay, we're going to move to Albany. I think someone signed in down here for this as well. 546 Maverick Mind LLC.
Good morning. Francis Buscemi for the applicant. With me today is Matthew Brad Merkel and his wife Doreen. I believe we have opposition here from Mr. Lynn.
Yeah, but it's a recon, so who's just,
Consideration, and
let me see who's in Albany.
Yeah.
Mark Grosjean here with Bhupinder Kaur for Pre-Liquors in opposition.
Okay, so you're asking for reconsideration, so convince us that we should reconsider.
This is on a removal application. Commissioner Ford was not present. I think it was at the December 5th, 2018 meeting. Commissioner Fan, you voted to approve. Chairman Bradley, you voted to disapprove the application.
Oh, all right, so I'll let you, because I didn't realize Ford wasn't here, so we might as well go from the beginning.
hope
Go
that-
ahead. Mr. Lynn, why don't you come up and, I'll vote to reconsider.
I'll vote to reconsider.
Same here.
Good morning. I represent JSSVG Inc., doing business as Big Value Wines and Liquors at Route 32, Valesgate, who's protesting this new liquor store based upon public convenience and advantage.
It's a transfer.
It's a removal,
Removal.
yes.
It's not a new liquor store.
I apologize, it's a removal.
But where they're moving to is the objection.
Correct. There have been 4 recent liquor store disapprovals based upon public convenience and advantage in New Windsor, including Maverick Mind's current application. A 2002 disapproval by the full board of United JRJ Corp., doing business as Five Corners Discount Wines and Liquors at this exact same address as applicant, 115 Temple Hill Road, denied based upon public convenience and advantage. There was a 2016 disapproval for public convenience and advantage on the full board calendar on August 16th, 2016. Value Wine and Liquor Inc. at 436 Blooming Grove Turnpike, New Windsor, serial number 2204166, and this location was about 1.4 miles from this applicant. The third disapproval was a 2018 disapproval on the full board calendar on September 26, 2018, New Windsor Liquors, INC, at 215 Cosaic Avenue, New Windsor, serial number 2212216. This location was about 2.9 miles from this application. That application was denied based upon public convenience and advantage, and a request for reconsideration was unanimously denied by the full board on the full board calendar of January 23rd, 2019, just 2 months ago. And of course, you have Maverick Mine. This applicant's disapproval was on December 5th, 2018. So you have a history of 4 liquor store disapprovals with 5 separate appearances before the full board, coming as recent as January 23rd, 2019, quite a significant precedent. Maverick Mine is seeking to move significantly closer to its current competitors. At 2130 Route 94, Salisbury Mills, where it is currently, 3 of the 5 closest stores at that location will be significantly closer after the removal to these stores, according to the land proximity report, if this removal is approved. Preet Liquors, and the gentleman is up in Albany, appearing today, at 1035 Little Britain Road, currently the second closest store to applicant, is presently 4.08 miles from applicant. If approved, Preet Liquors will be 2.74 miles from applicant, 50% closer. JSSVG Inc., doing business as Big Value, currently is the 3rd closest store to applicant at 4.17 miles. If this application is approved, it will be 2,400 feet from the applicant. And finally, Canterbury Liquor Store at 45 Quaker Avenue, the 5th closest store currently to applicant, is presently 4.48 miles from applicant. If approved, Canterbury Liquor Store will be 1.7 miles from the applicant, 60% closer, and I made that as part of my Exhibit 1. And just to preface, Canterbury Liquor is owned by the father of the principal of the applicant. As far as store size, currently Maverick Mine is a 540 square foot store with 520 square feet of retail space. Its new location will have a total area of 2,400 square feet, 1,800 square feet of retail, 3 to 4 times its current size.
So it's going from 500 to 2,400?
Well,
Square
retail
feet?
space, retail, 540 to 2,400 total, 520 to 1,800 retail space. As far as the lease expiration, at the previous full board hearing on December 5th, 2018, it was asserted, and so stated in applicant's current removal, that, quote, the applicant whose lease expires September 2019, December 30th, 2019, has been informed the lease will not be renewed. If the renewal application is not approved, American Mind LLC will be forced to close, end of quote. Maverick's application for the removal was disapproved on December 5th, 2018. It has had 9 months' opportunity to look for a new space. Even after today, March 20th, it has 6 months to find a new location in the rural area of Orange County. Even then, the September 2019 termination was and is not an abrupt termination. It is not like the plaza filed bankruptcy and all the tenants were immediately forced to close, or that the municipality condemned the property, forcing an immediate closure, or there was no recapture provision in the lease allowing the landlord to take back the space on short notice. This is not an immediate damning closure forced upon the applicant. But more importantly, these statements as to the expiration term of the lease were not truthful. The next I have as Exhibit 2 is a copy of the applicant's lease. True, its original expiration is September 30th, 2019, but page 1 of tenant's rider, fully executed by the principals and notarized, has an option to renew this lease for 2 renewal terms of 3 years each upon notice to landlord not less than 6 months prior to the expiration of the initial term. Again, that's Exhibit 2 on my presentation. These false statements and determination were highly prejudicial, as I believe the board gave much weight and empathy to applicants' prior statements that they would be forced to close. As far as the current sales figures, the letter in support of the applicant's removal states, quote, Because of the poor business environment at the applicant's current location, the business has seen a decrease in sales. In addition, the sales for 2018, we saw a decrease in sales in 2017. No application has been presented, no documentation has been presented to support this claim for poor business environment. It is total speculation. In addition, the sales for 2018 were down around 16,000 from 2017, only a 3.5% decrease, which I have as my Exhibit 3. The sales figures for 2017 could have just been an aberration. The 2018 figures do infer that this may actually be a reality. Finally, there is a statement that, quote, it is believed the current landlord intends to develop the property for other use and as such has not been maintaining the property of renewing leases for tenants, unquote. This is total speculation. It's not documented. And unfortunately, the landlord is coming to the meeting. He's late. He hit some traffic. He emailed that he just came. The
current landlord?
The current landlord for waiting for the applicant's current address.
Is testifying for you?
Yes.
Oh, I'd love to hear from him.
Because there is a statement with regards to that there is a full lease.
All right, but come on up.
You'll introduce.
Eli, in a cab?
We never heard of you, talked to you.
Well, when, you don't, I get to ask the questions.
Yeah, all you do is go on to the mic, introduce yourself, and then the chairman's going to ask a question.
What's your name?
Eli Nekab,
Spell the last name.
ENNAKAB.
And what are you doing here?
I'm the landlord. Usually I'm not there picking up the rents because Mars Fatiha is my cousin. He's the lawyer. He's the one that takes care of the building and makes sure everything is okay.
So what are you doing here?
To testify and to say that what happened is I took the building as a foreclosure, and then I know from Mars Fatiha is that I got the lease from them saying that they're going to be in until 2024.
So you're not throwing them out?
No, I'm not throwing them out. And what happened is I have a paper over there saying that I am doing a renovation and I'm putting an elevator to the second floor, which is going to cost me approximately $80,000, and then I'm going to give them a space to store.
Were you aware they were looking for a new space? Okay. You have any questions?
So, Mr. Lin, you reached out to him?
He reached out, my client, for the liquor store that's closest, reached out for them because there was rumors that they were in fact not being forced out.
No, I mean, there was clearly a representation made the last time that this was here that they were moving because they were being forced out of their spot.
Correct.
And that the landlord was going to redevelop the spot and it would no longer be feasible for a retail store. So I think that it is pretty clear that somebody misrepresented something.
Correct. Now,
well, you'll have your chance.
Let me just finish off. Also, the characterization of the area of the strip mall to applicant is somewhat suspect. Applicant's own father, if you remember, I said the father owns Canterbury and Cromwell, the second closest store. In his original opposition to this removal, which is the third closest store if the removal is approved, stated, quote, the existing location of Bin 94 is 2.47 miles from its nearest competitor, Hennessy Liquors. That is more than 5 times the distance that Bin's proposed location is from Big V. This move would leave Hennessy Liquors the only liquor store in Washingtonville. The area around Bin 94's current location has low competition. Additionally, the existing location is close to several high population areas and is approximately 1 mile to the Metro North train station and 1.5 miles from Beaver Dam Lake, an affluent area.
Well, I mean, I don't care whether their location now is good or not, because they're already there.
Yes, and it's just the idea that the environment was not available, was not sufficient to sustain a liquor store, and that just wasn't true. And now you have a statement, specifically by the father before he withdrew his opposition, who made the statement. So it's a statement against interest, which should be given pretty good.
Are any of the other guys here not your clients?
No, the two are from Big V, and
So you represent him too?
no, I just represent Big V.
All right, so do you need to say something? Because Mr. Lynn is finished. Come on up if you need, whoever Mr. Lynn is not working for can say something.
Good afternoon. My name is Chaman Chasani, and I have a liquor store in Newburgh, Palace Wine and Liquor, 105 Town. This is the town Target Plaza, and next to my liquor store, and about a quarter mile, one store is closed. He approved 1 year ago, and it's closed in 6 months. And one store, at least Newburgh, is that no need more store as my.
What's the name of your store?
Hare Hare Ram LLC, DBA Palace Wine and Liquor.
And what's the address?
52Z.
52 what?
5217K, Newburgh 12550.
How did you even find out about this? You're not even one of the closest stores. Were you notified?
No, yeah, I notified. I got the letter from.
Oh, all right. All right, and who's in Albany? You can give us your thoughts.
Briefly, we're here for Preet Liquors. Our opposition has the same public interest and advantage argument. From the record, I believe there was no indication of a significant population increase for a period of time. There's been modest increases in sales for Preet Liquors, and I know priority-wise, our request for an alteration came after this removal request, but Ms. Kaur was trying to expand the store modestly just to maintain the sales that she presently has. And for those reasons, another store in the area does not make economic sense.
All right,
So we're asking.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Buscemi.
Yes. Again, this is a request for a approval of a removal application. There's this issue with the landlord.
Didn't seem to me that there is an issue with the landlord, although we were led to believe there was.
My client to speak to that, because he doesn't know who this person is, he doesn't know anything.
Well, the one thing that was put in,
Yes.
that we didn't have access to last time, or I didn't have access to, it was the lease itself. And there is no question in my mind that last time they said their lease was not being extended. Well, it's clear to me now, based on what was submitted, that there's a rider in there that gives them a complete right to go on.
He'd like to speak to that. Diggs, come here, please.
Sir, the landlord has stated to us several times that once this first is over in September, he will not, and he doesn't care what it has to take, he will not allow it.
You have that in writing?
No, I don't. He won't put anything in writing. He does phone calls, and they're threatening, and it is what it is. I don't know what else to say about that.
So you're telling me the guy that
I
just...
have no clue who that guy is, ever. Never heard from him, talked to him. I don't know his name, nothing.
Nor is there any agreement that's been made to...
Yeah, there is. There's a lease that gives them a rider.
Finish my sentence, please. There's no agreement as to what they're talking about giving more space for
I have
storage?
no clue what he's talking about.
Where's the lease?
We have it right here.
Yeah. He's talking
Sorry.
about some other agreement.
No, he does
for
really have
storage
two.
space? My client has no idea what they're talking about with regard to
Well,
that.
I question his credibility at this point. I got to be honest with you.
Well, I mean,
there was no question. I realize you weren't here last time, I don't think.
Right.
There's no question in my mind that I was led to believe by them that they were getting forced out. Based on, they didn't mention the fact that they had a right to go from 6 to 8 more years, or I'm sorry, from year 6 to year 8, and then again, year 9 to 10. That's not being forced out. That, to me, tells me they want a bigger store. They're not doing it because they have to move.
But they have to move as well. This is a foreclosure.
Where does it say that?
The landlord is telling them he's not going to.
Until they get it in writing, they don't have to do anything. You're a lawyer, you know that.
This is a foreclosure. Their lease is subordinate, in all likelihood, I've never seen it, in all likelihood, almost every commercial lease is subordinate to the bank. On a foreclosure, it terminates the leases.
All right, go ahead. I'm not voting for that. I'm not obviously the only vote up here, but they don't have mine. Because the one thing that I rely on in this place is that people come in and tell us the truth. And I feel like that did not happen last time.
And what does this gentleman have that my client?
He gave me a lease.
He's talking about storage space as well.
I'm telling you
And I
that
think that goes to this person's credibility.
No, you can keep giving your presentation to the other two commissioners. I'm done.
Can I say something?
No, if they're willing to listen to you.
I do not know who this gentleman is. I've never met him before. And our plaza has changed hands 3 times. The last time was in the fall of 2018, and it was Morris and his partner Joe. Joe came in verbally threatening me that he was going to evict me. No, I do not have that in writing. He spoke to my husband on the phone and verbally threatened to evict us. And they have already thrown out 4 other stores for no valid reason, which is why the plaza is going
Your
down.
lawyer came in here last time and told us you were being forced out. That, to me, is not yet happening. So
This is an 8-store strip center with 3.
that your lease was not being renewed.
Stores remaining.
I have an option to renew, but they told me they are not renewing it. This is news to me.
In
that
writing.
They did not put it in writing.
Okay.
Place is a dump.
You're on.
Out of 8.
Look, okay, can I,
There were
look,
3 left.
Mr. Buscemi,
hey, for Commissioner Ford?
you're on the brink of your 6 months' notice right now to renew. And you say you have nothing in writing that says that you can't.
Again, I'm not their attorney concerning the lease. In general
You're their
terms,
attorney?
as an attorney, if this was a foreclosure, which was just stated here, their lease would be terminating based on the foreclosure.
That's not what was said to us last time. So now this is a new theory.
It's not, okay. I'll just, look, so I think the fact that this is being picked out of foreclosure kind of proves the point that maybe this is not a best place for business. You know, the assembly, member wrote a letter saying that they need a larger space, that business is very difficult at the current location. I think they're at least honest to their elected member, and so,
That's not the standard, though.
no, I realize that.
Position is also, if we represented that incorrectly, I'm so greatly apologetic. But when you're getting constant verbal phone calls from the landlord to get out, I don't know what else to think other than we only have till this time. We are being forced to be sent out. We've asked to put this in writing and they won't. Now, that being said, the opposition has plenty of misconstrued statements in their opposition of the size of his, and on and on and on. So
And I'd like to address the issues of public convenience and advantage now as part of the presentation. All right, now, so this proposed location is probably the best location that can be found for public convenience and advantage purposes. This is in the Price Chopper Shopping Plaza, which has over 500 parking spaces and is located in one of the busiest intersections in Orange County. It's referred to as the Five Corners. The location is where routes 300, 32, and 94 meet. All right, the shopping plaza currently has almost 122,000 square feet of retail space, and it's anchored by Price Chopper Supermarket. The plaza has received approval for an additional almost 18,000 square feet of retail space and 6,800 square feet of office space. I've attached as Exhibit A a letter from the Planning Board of the Town of New Windsor. The Planning Board indicates what I've just told you, states what I've just told you. The Planning Board also states that they feel that this permitting the removal of this business to the Price Chopper Shopping Plaza will serve public convenience and advantage. The Planning Board also indicates that you've got 800 new homes scheduled, all right, in the planning stages or being built at this point. And that's right in the town planning board's letter. In addition to the town planning board's letter, which is, we have the supervisor of the town of New Windsor, George Green, who also has indicated his support for this application for removal, feeling that this, or believing that this will serve public convenience and advantage. I think those are the two most important letters in support we have when we're dealing with the planning board for the town itself, as well as the supervisor of the town itself. Now, in addition to that, we have letters in support from Assemblyman James Skoufis, Legislator Kevin Hines, Joseph J. Menuda, a member of the legislature, New York State Senator William J. Larkin, and Assemblyman Colin Schmidt, all in support of this application. This store is proposed to be a 2,400 square foot store with 1,800 square feet of retail space. The additional space will enable Bin 94 to support more New York State products. Now, this applicant is already a member of the New York Wine Grape Foundation and the New York State Wine Industry Association. So it has an interest. It has an interest in New York State product and will be able to carry a substantial quantity of both spirits and wine. 20% of spirits will be New York State product and 15% of wine inventory. The town of New Windsor has actually increased in population, and demographics that were provided to you during the first meeting, I listened to the full board hearing, were by those in opposition, were just plain wrong, all right? Populations were misstated. The town of Cornwall does not have a population of 3,018 people. The town has a population of 12,800. Cornwall on the Hudson has a population of a little over 2,900 people. New Windsor has a population of approximately 30,000, not 8,000, as was originally stated by the opposition. Now, when we look at the surrounding stores, we look at Big Value Wine and Spirits. That's VG, I'm sorry, all right? That's our closest competitor. Now, I think Mr. Lynn might be giving you distances as the crow flies. I'm giving you driving distances.
You have enough or no?
You okay?
I'm good.
All right, Tom, I think we're ready to vote.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
You know, see what happens when I miss a day, what goes on here? I'll try not to let that happen again. You have support from Oneida County Legislator Kevin Hines, New York State Assemblyman James Skoufis, Town of Windsor Supervisor George Green, Town of Windsor Planning Board Chairman Gennaro Argenio, New York State Assemblyman Colin Schmidt. Even our own council has recommended that reconsideration be granted and has noted that the population is improving. I do think that there is public convenience and advantage to be met if you're locating in a Price Chopper Plaza, which is going to be a hub of activity. And so I'm going to approve, but I'm going to limit your retail to 1,500, not 1,800. So I will approve on those grounds.
I live with that. I appreciate it.
I would vote to deny, one on character and fitness, because I think they blatantly misstated what was happening previously, and two, this exact location was denied by this board in 2012. We've also denied 2 stores over the last 3 years in the general vicinity, so I don't see how anything has changed in that, not even a year. In that area. I don't believe that the population has grown. I don't think the sales numbers support it. And many of the public officials that they gave letters of support for have also given us letters against it previously. They were contradicting each other. So I would vote to deny, but it's approved.
Thank you.
No, wait, don't go anyplace. We have a split vote here.
No, we don't.
No,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I voted to approve.
She voted to approve.
You're putting a limit on the size.
Oh, you didn't.
Yeah, 1,500.
Retail space. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I have nothing else in Albany?
No, sir.
All right. And next item is going to be 531, Bottle Bronx, Inc.
Can I take 2 minutes?
Yep. Get break.
All right, we're back on the record. We're calling item 531, Bottle Bronx, Inc.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is John Lynch. I'm the attorney for the applicant Bottle Bronx, Inc. They're applying for a liquor store license in the Mott Haven section of the Bronx.
So hold on 1 second, we have opposition.
Good morning, Commissioner Bradley, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Andrew Park. I'm appearing on behalf of L&H Wine and Liquor, who's opposing the current application of Bottle Bronx. Along with them, there are other proprietors of liquor stores, and I have a community activist who submitted a petition in opposition to the application.
What stores do you represent?
I represent L&H. Bruckner Wine is here as well, but he's self-represented.
We'll let them talk. Go ahead.
Okay. So Bottle Bronx has currently submitted an application within an area where there's already 7 liquor stores within a half-mile radius. My client, L&H, being the closest, is only 440 feet away from the proposed location. If you look at the gross sales reports that were submitted by the 4 closest stores, 3 of them, including my client L&H, show a decrease in sales from 2017, 2018 of at least 10%. All the stores within the area have pretty much the square footage, anywhere from 800 to 1,500 square feet. Granted, 3 of the stores are bulletproof configurations, but there are 2 stores within the 7 stores that are within the area that are open concept. Bruckner Wine is one of the stores which is the closest that has an open concept. And if you look at their Instagram account, you could see that they frequently advertise and promote wine tastings and the like.
What's the other one that's open?
The other one is Bronx Liquor and Wine, that goes by the name Hub Wine, Hub Liquors. They're a much bigger store. They're a little further away at about a half mile, but they're a much bigger store as well, and they're an open store. Public advantage and convenience would not be served in any sense in the fact that the stores that do exist have shown declining sales. There's a saturation that exists within the area. As I said, that the community is also opposed to having a new liquor store open at this point.
Thank you. Whoever he does not represent, come on up. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Ramona Ferreira, and I am a community activist from the Mott Haven area. Previously, I worked with the Department of Defense and the FBI conducting community outreach and development. Since moving back to the Mott Haven area where my family has been for about 28 years, due to a chronic illness that makes it difficult for me to hold full-time traditional employment, I focused on community organizing on NYCHA, transit, and the Closed Rikers program. And I'm also serving on the Neighborhood Advisory Committee for the borough-based jail program, which is going to be putting a jail in this neighborhood. I had gone to the Lynn family when I saw the advertisement for Bronx Bottle on a South Bronx luxury page, which is became worrisome for me because, as their lawyer stated, we have an abundance of liquor stores in this community, and what we don't have is a history of community investments. The South Bronx was just advertised yesterday, or not advertised, but an article just came out yesterday on Patch.com. We continue to be the 62nd county in New York State. We have a population in this neighborhood that is 50% below the poverty rate, including myself.
What do you mean by the 62nd county in New York State?
So when you measure the metrics when it comes to education, how long you're going to live, how likely you are to get an illness, we rank 62 in all of those numbers.
So bottom.
Yes, we're the last ones.
Yeah.
So that article is on Patch.com, and it's title is Bronx ranked New York's sickest county, massive disparity seen in the city. In the article, they actually explored the differences between Mott Haven and Harlem, East Harlem and Harlem. And they showed that just by walking 15 minutes across the bridge, your likelihood to live longer, have a better education, access to wealth and development improves drastically. For those reasons, I don't feel that adding a new liquor store to this community is going to contribute to the vision that many of us community organizers have for the Mott Haven community, and that in no way it's going to be actually investing in creating the changes that the Mott Haven community needs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Claudio Padilla. I'm the owner of Brocknight Wines and Liquor.
Who are you?
Claudio Padilla.
From where?
Brocknight Wines and Liquor.
Second closest.
Okay.
My company is an open liquor store. They're probably gonna offer the same thing, but I do tasting every weekends. I have upgraded my wine selection. I sell like my wine is very almost like 20% of New York's products, and that's about it.
You're open, your store?
Yep.
Is an open layout? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, I'm John Lynch, attorney for the applicant. The applicant's concept will be primarily a wine store. It will be a unique wine experience for the community, set in a modern open space that will offer a selection of wines from around the world, as well as some fine liquors. The establishment will offer wine education, weekly tastings to patrons, and will look to expand the local knowledge of the art of wine. Three out of the three closest liquor stores by my calculation, and I've provided that list, are all bulletproof liquor stores. As I mentioned in my letter,
You're saying the three of the four or all four?
Three of the four are bulletproof. The fourth, from my calculations, the fourth furthest, the Bruckner store is not. It is, I still think it's a different conceptual type of establishment. It's also located on the other side of the highway, the Cross Bronx Expressway, which I think in a walking neighborhood makes a difference in terms of where it will draw its customers from.
Bruckner is on the other
Bruckner,
side.
yes. Mott Haven is a rapidly growing development neighborhood. It's serviced by the 2, 3, 5, and 6 trains and Metro North. My client's location is in a brand-new building. It is within one block, and I've submitted photos, within one block of 3 large brand-new buildings. It's 2 blocks away from a 14-story new condominium that's in construction. It's immediately across the street from an empty gas station, from a row of empty stores, which by I think our recent experiences in New York City and in Mott Haven, may well also be developed residentially. Right on the corner, there's another small abandoned store that I'm told by my client has just been purchased by a developer. So the population has been growing, is growing before our eyes within the building itself and the surrounding area, and that population growth is likely to continue. Again, this will be a different experience than the existing stores. We believe the population presently and as it grows will be sufficient to support this new venture.
What's their experience, if any?
Well, I'm sorry, my applicant principal, Samuel Tem, is here, and he could speak to that. Why don't you?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Samuel Thiam. I wanted to introduce myself. I'm originally from France. I've been in New York now for about 20 years. I came here as originally as a dancer from France. I was at the Alvin Ailey Dance Theater for a while. I got picked up at a scholarship, and I made it my way to Broadway, performing on different shows. I had a pretty amazing career on the theater. About 6-7 years ago, I have a passion for wine and food. I opened an establishment called Maison Harlem on 127th Street and St. Nicholas Avenue, which I sold a few months ago. I sold my shares to my partner. I wanted to focus primarily in the wine industry, which is my passion. My family is involved in wine in France. My spouse is also my girlfriend's involved in wine, and I also have another passion, which is basically to bring wine as an experience to people. The South Bronx, I've been going there for quite a few years now, and And prior to pick the location on 138th Street, I scouted the area, and I saw that there was definitely a lack of this type of stores that I wanted to bring to the community. What the concept that I'm working on is when you walk in, it feels like an Apple store. It's an open concept, meaning you can see the people that are going to sell you the wines. There's a selection of world wines. I'll be selling predominantly about 90% of world wines, ranging from South Africa to France to Spain, Italy, Israel. I have quite a good knowledge on the wine industry. I will be also showing selling a small selection of liquor, but it's not primarily what I do, as opposed to the other stores in the neighborhood. With all due respect to the community leader that was speaking earlier, there is a huge boom of development and real estate in the area, and something that you cannot change, and something that you have to support. And I believe that, creating a wine store, creating a restaurant, creating something of that nature is going to be, to me, a positive influence, in the sense that it's not what they're doing. It's completely different. That's pretty much my.
Were you contacted by them at all?
No, I was not. I was not aware that they were going to come today. No.
If you're going to basically be a wine store, could you live with just being a wine store and not carrying spirits?
I could. Honestly, I would like to have maybe a small selection of. I don't have to carry the small bottles or they all carry. All of them carry the little tiny bottles. That to me attracts kind of a different crowd, because you can get a little bottle of vodka for $2, $3. That is a big no-no. But there are some high-end liquor that I would like to carry. Like mezcal, which is a product that is obviously up and coming, and a beautiful product from Mexico. There's some vodkas and cognacs and scotches that to me are, and champagnes that are very, very, affordable, and also very open, an eye-opener for someone that is discovering the art of wine and liquor. So to answer your question, if it's a deal breaker, I will go without it, but I would like to carry maybe a small selection of liquor that are, handpicked. If I also may ask, we also have a selection of a lot of accessories for gifts, for holidays. I want to be able to cater to all that. Gift baskets, obviously wine classes. I want to also maybe have projections on screens of winemaking process and stuff that you do not see in the neighborhood at all. And I've been researching the matter quite in depth.
Who are your other? Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's just you. I thought they were partners. All right. I think, does anybody have any questions?
Sorry, the apartment building is open? People started moving in?
Yes, the apartment building is open. They have pretty much, that's 90% of vacancy, occupied apartments. It's condominiums and a few rentals. And like I said, they're building. There's a lot of other buildings that are popped up down the street from us between the subways. So we have a lot of foot traffic.
Your girlfriend is involved in wine.
Yeah, my girlfriend is, she's a sommelier. She works at a restaurant called Nazret, Salt Bay, the Turkish guy that pours the salt on his arm. It's a pretty fancy and crazy restaurant, but she has a WSET in wine. She's she has basically a sommelier a diploma, and she will also be working with me on our wine list and picking obviously very affordable wines for the community as well. Wide range of anywhere between $5-6 to $50, $60, $70. Which will give our patrons.
And does she live in the Bronx?
She lives with me, and we live about 5 minutes away from the store.
You live 5 minutes from the store?
Yeah. We're in Harlem.
Got it.
All right, Tom.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan.
Originally, this was a no. I'll start with that. But I see that there's new development there, and that. I'm sorry, could I readdress? No, I'm voting. And so I am going to approve a wine-only store, given your concept. I'll see if the other agreed.
Commissioner Ford?
You seem to have a good knowledge of the wine business. I like your open concept, as you described it, like an Apple store. That sounds interesting. No one's ever used that analogy before. And the fact that you're open amongst several other bulletproof stores. I was originally a no on this one, too. But I think as a wine-only, I was going to say I'd be willing to give you maybe like 5 or 10% of spirits, but we'll see what the chairman has to say.
That'll be great.
I
Thank
would
you.
approve on those grounds.
I was going to vote, I am going to vote to approve, because I think based on what you're saying, you're going to provide something that is not there at all. And there's clearly a public convenience and advantage to that, not to mention your expertise. I was going to have no restrictions at all on what he could sell. The 3 of the 4 closest are bulletproof. Obviously, we try to promote open stores. The concept he has put forth is something that probably does not exist in the Bronx, so.
Would it be possible to have a small 5 or 10% liquor limit?
I can live with that.
That would be great.
So 10%?
10%.
10% would be amazing.
So
Thank
you're
you.
changing-
We're all good with that? 10% of the inventory?
I'll go with the liquor store, 10%.
Yes.
Congratulations.
You got 3 votes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Next item is 609 El Buen Amigo, Inc.
Good morning, Leonard Fogelman for the applicant. This is Javier Diaz, who is the sole principal. I believe this is basically here because the previous license at this location had been revoked. My client has had no relationship with the previous licensee.
How do you find the place?
How did you find the place? I think he saw a sign in the window and made a phone call.
Is there any opposition here in this one?
No, but we did get a letter
Yeah,
from
we called him because we had no email address, but we did call him, let him know about the date.
He's negotiating with security companies, so he will have security. You can make that a condition on the approval if you're going to approve it.
I mean, one of the neighbors expressed significant concern that this appears to be an identical operation to what we shut. And we didn't cancel it, we revoked it last year.
Well,
and it doesn't appear he's doing anything different. He's got DJs, jukebox, recorded music, dancing. No experience.
Well, he's going to hire an experienced manager and staff to run this store. He will be working in this store. He's keeping his present employment, although he will be working in the store a significant number of hours a week.
I'm not following. Do I have the right one? Is this 609?
Yes.
That's not a store. We're talking about a bar.
Yes, yes, this is El Buen Amigo, Inc. My client lives in Brooklyn. The premises is in Brooklyn. He'll be working at
Where
the
does he
bar.
work?
He's in the construction business. He works wherever his boss sends him. He had his own construction business for a while, a few years ago, but that didn't work out, so he now is employed by a construction business.
Where's that business located?
Where's your boss?
Long Island, is Posey John works for Posey John.
What town in Long Island is the? I'll look at the personal questionnaire and give you the address.
But it's out in Long Island, is what he's saying.
Yes.
So when he's working, he's not going to be anywhere near the place.
No, the construction business does work all over the place. Their offices are in Westbury, but Cousin John's Construction Corp. On Grant Street East in Westbury. He's worked for them for basically on and off, but mostly on since 2012.
What are the hours?
What hours do you plan on being open?
From 5 to 4.
5 p.m. to 4 a.m. I do want to clear up one slight error just for transparency, to make sure that you don't come to me and say there's an error in the application. On his personal questionnaire, he wrote that he never applied for a license before, and he did because he applied for this one.
And he was disapproved for it.
And it was disapproved.
That's what I just asked her about.
Okay, I want that
I
on
was
the
confused
record,
about that, yes.
So 5D, the answer should be yes.
Why was it no?
I don't know if I can answer that. Either just miscommunication or he didn't tell me, but we're correcting it now.
He applied before for the same exact location?
Yeah, but it never got here. It was
never got
for
here
failure to
because-
fulfill the application.
Oh, I see, got
He
it.
had a previous lawyer. The previous lawyer got a
Deficiency?
deficiency letter, which was not timely responded to. It was responded to a few days late.
So the restaurant is running now?
Oh, no.
You haven't opened it yet?
Oh, no.
But you plan to do double duty? You plan to continue your carpentry work during the daytime and go to this establishment at night?
I work to 11 or 12, then the manager is going to be over, because I had to hire a manager to.
He will be working his current job in the construction business as an employee and will own this place and will be there a significant number of hours a week.
So I realize you presented a method of operation. Because of the bad history here, we're probably not going to be comfortable with the method of operation that's included in your application. Would you be willing to live with no DJs, no dancing, no live music as a starting point? You will not.
But how about no DJs?
No DJ.
Can you live without a DJ?
No, he's not getting, I'm.
Mr. Fogelman, do you want to take him outside and talk about it?
'Cause I'm
and
with
see
her
what
on
the
that.
parameters are?
I am too.
I'm sorry?
I am too. Yeah,
Why don't you guys take it outside and have a clear discussion
Well,
about...
before we go, he's not getting 4 a.m. either.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll
And that
talk
is
for a
all.
couple minutes and come back in.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is 532, Liquid Assets Ocean Hill LLC.
Good morning, members of the authority. Max Bookman, Pizetsky and Bookman. I'm attorney for Liquid Assets. With me is Nigel Frankenson and Natasha Flores. They are the owners of the business. This is a wine-only store.
Stop you there. Is there any protesters here? No, we did receive one from a local store, but go ahead.
Yeah, I believe you got one letter from the third closest store. So this is an application to return a wine-only store to a location, to a premises that had one since 2010 and closed in 2017. I want to tell you a little...
Was there a removal application for that?
I don't believe...
No, I think it closed.
It closed and that's it?
Yeah, it just
Yeah.
expired.
Yeah, truth. And our understanding why is, and I'll get into this a little more in a minute, is...
It was a wine store.
The applicants are... I'm sorry.
Sorry, what did Jackie?
It
what
was
did-
a wine
It
store.
was a wine
Yes, it was a
store?
wine-only
Okay.
store. And the applicants are lifelong Brooklynites and longtime residents of this community. They actually knew the owners of that store. They were hoping to be able to buy it out while the store was still active. But being friends with them, they have somewhat of an inside knowledge of what happened with that store. And it was basically the owners lost interest in running that business. There was a period of mismanagement where it was hardly ever opened, and they ultimately just walked away from the business. So I want to give a little bit of history of this neighborhood and location as well as the applicants, because this is these applicants' second trip before the full board. So the location is Bed-Stuy. It's a rapidly growing neighborhood. We have a great report from our state controller, Tom DiNapoli, which I've included in our materials, which in which he studied the neighborhood in 2015 and gave some characterizations of the neighborhood. It's stuff that if you live in the neighborhood or are familiar with it, doesn't surprise anyone. It's a rapidly expanding neighborhood, rapidly growing. Small business, businesses are up. The majority of those businesses are small businesses. Jobs are going up. Crime is down in that neighborhood. So it's a neighborhood on the up. One thing that the controller did note in his report, which I find interesting, is that, and this is something that I think folks who understand the neighborhood would also find true, is that even though there has been a great deal of development and increase in opportunity in this neighborhood, the opportunity has not been shared really equally by all. There has been some pressure on existing residents who've lived there for a long time in the face of new development, which is why I think these applicants are important, because they are, like I mentioned at the top, not only lifelong Brooklynites, but longtime residents of this community. They're invested in this community. They live here. Nigel lives right around the corner from this store. Natasha lives with her husband a few blocks away. Natasha's husband has a liquor store in this neighborhood, which we disclosed in our paperwork, about, I'd say, 10 blocks north of here.
How do they know each other, these two?
Oh, we've been friends for years.
Okay.
Yeah. Natasha is a public school teacher at Park Slope School, which is about a 10-minute cab ride, 15-minute subway ride away from this store and her neighborhood. She's been a public school teacher for 19 years, and although she's not retiring yet, she is looking for her next opportunity. Obviously, seeing her husband and his liquor store has given her an idea about the alcohol industry, and she likes the idea of not only being her own boss, which she's certainly not in the public schools, but she also, as an educator and a longtime wine hobbyist, finds the idea of educating people about wine interesting and making it into a profession. You've seen these two before. Commissioner Fan, you have not, but Commissioner Ford and Chairman Bradley, you have. They applied, I think it was at a year and a half ago, at a location about 2 miles from here.
About 2 miles east.
Yes, that's right. Commissioner Ford, you voted to disapprove that application. You didn't have any problems with them personally or really their concept. They were
Just
nice
because
people.
they were on top of another store.
They were right on top of another store. I did not represent them in that one, by the way. And I think anyone who would have spoken with them would have told them
Might
that
have given them an inkling.
not a great idea. Yes, 150 feet it was from an existing store.
Is her husband's store one of the 4 closest?
No, it's not. It's and that's why he's not opposing here today.
Plus he knows better.
Yeah. No, he is.
All right, I'm going to stop you there. I think we're ready to vote.
We're good.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
As you said, as we stated, I previously denied this application for these folks because they were right on top of our store further to the east, but it's a wine store only 546 square feet total. Is it open too?
Yes.
Open. I think 4 of the 5 closest are bulletproof.
That's right.
They all other sell spirits. So I vote to approve.
I vote to approve.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Mr. Fogelman, you ready to come back? We're going to call recall 609.
Okay, so we have concurred with no DJ, no live music, licensed security guards, and he really would like to be open till 4 a.m. Other places in the general vicinity are, but I've convinced him to try to convince you that 3 a.m. would be a reasonable closing hour. He said he knows from seeing other places in the neighborhood that even though we all know that that late hour stuff generally isn't good, he knows that he will have a hard time being in business if you make him close at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock.
I know, but there were, is he aware there were shootings that occurred here? This was a bad place.
Okay. Well,
And he has no experience.
but he has nothing to do with the.
I get that, but he has no experience.
This is my first business opening to New York, no? So I try to give you opportunity to to try to run a business for my family and for me, to try to bear a better
No,
life.
and I understand that, but like I said, this was a big problem for the local police, and people got hurt.
And we're gonna scan it, we're gonna go
So-
to security license.
So we'll also agree to have a scanner, aside from the licensed security guards. We'll
Well,
have-
one of the few things they didn't do was underage sales, but they pretty much did everything else.
Well, having a
But you can
scanner
have a
will,
scanner.
Having a scanner will obviously continue the fact that there won't be underage sales.
I'm surprised that we didn't get any community board opposition. We've heard nothing from them?
No.
It's not one of the community boards we frequently hear from.
All right.
Because of the location.
All right.
Are we ready to vote then?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Commissioner Fan?
Yikes. I'm gonna let the chairman disagree with me, but for now, no DJs, no live music, no outdoor use, no dancing, 2 security guards, 2 a.m. Monday to Thursday, 3 a.m. Friday, Saturday. With that, I will vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll go along with that as well.
And I would have gone with all of that except for 2 a.m. across the board. Make sure he understands this is a bad place, was a bad place. And if it happens in that direction again, we're going to get called and he's going to lose the whole thing.
All right, so we're 2 a.m. Monday to Thursday, 3 a.m. Friday to Saturday, and the other.
Yeah, the other conditions I agree with as well.
So there's no.
Sorry, I meant Sunday to Thursday.
Yeah.
Friday, Saturday, 3 a.m.
Right, gotcha.
Are we requiring guards every night or just weekends?
Every night.
Every night. Let's do it.
Whatever you want.
Yep.
It's fine with me.
Licensed guards.
Licensed security guards. Thank you very much.
Next item is 630B.
Can we just take one minute, please?
Yes.
No.
Thank you.
Sure.
We're back on the record with 630B, AH Liquors, Inc.
Good morning, Kevin Dano for the applicant. And this is Austin Herman with me, and also Juliana Bleiberg. I believe there is opposition, so I should probably step aside.
Sure.
Good afternoon. Howard Levine for Zhang Brothers and Lance, the two nearest liquor stores in the area. There is a little bit of history here where, as I understand it, in the last 4 years, there have been 3 disapprovals at this location. I understand that the Supreme Court has opined and expressed a little bit of concern that the prior board.
They didn't express a little bit of concern. They pretty much expressed that we were wrong.
Well, perhaps
clearly,
the prior
and
board
directed us to give them a license from the way I read it.
Well, the prior board perhaps strayed from the analysis of what was in the public's convenience and advantage just a little bit. But here we are today in any event. And nothing can change the fact that the area is absolutely saturated. Now, whether or not you have, DIY maps with writing on it, or you have, beautiful poster board, nothing can change the fact that the nearest store is separated only by a parking lot. Now, on maps, it has it as 684 feet or so. I'm going to hand this up, if you don't mind, just to demonstrate that the separation is a parking lot. They're both on the same side of Rockaway Turnpike, separated only by that side street there, 2 lanes in each direction, and a parking lot. I also want to hand up an aerial view again. Forgiving my QII, you'll be seeing beautiful illustrations shortly, I'm sure. That indicates that the existing license, Zhang Brothers, is also on Rockaway Turnpike with Lance Wine. And the applicant seeks to cram another store right in the middle. So essentially, within about 1,000 feet, you're going to have 3 stores in Nassau County, which, as we all know, is a driving community. Lance and also Zhang Brothers has a wide variety of product that they offer to the public, including kosher, organic, Asian, New York State. Zhang Brothers has wine tasting and educational seminars every single week. And it is not in the public's convenience and advantage to have another liquor store directly next door, notwithstanding the fact that it will be attached to a Costco. If you look at the population in the area, the last census in 2010 had the population at 8,176. The census before that, 2000, was 8,103. So that in the course of a decade, the population increased by a mere 73 people. The projection of 2017, which is only an estimation, has it at 8,432, which is a mere increase of 256 people. But again, when you look at the aerial of the 2 existing stores and see where this store seeks to fit itself in, it's evident that with minor population growth in a heavily residential area, there is absolutely no need for this new store. There will be no public convenience and advantage. They will bring nothing new to the table. Finally, there's no new significant construction in the area. There's no high-rises going up, there's no sports venue, there's no entertainment venue. In fact, my research only revealed that the only construction project in the area is the repaving of a road. So I'd like you to hear ever so briefly, because I know you have a lot of other cases to hear from the prior owner of Zhang Brothers, who is now working at the store. And he can explain a little bit to you about the area which he has been in for the last decade.
Good almost afternoon, everybody. I am the prior owner. My name is Bob Merenstein. Right now, I am the manager and consultant at the store. I plan on being with them for as long as they're willing to keep me and make sure the store continues to flourish and teach them everything they need to know about the business. We all believe that, like my attorney just said, that this application would not offer any public advantage and convenience. This new application will be situated in the middle of 3 other stores that are within less than a mile of one another as it is now. There's also a large store that's probably within the mile, or maybe a mile, right behind called Five Towns Liquor. All our stores offer a wide selection and very competitive pricing to the public. Our store offers a wide selection, competitive pricing, and I know because I work there and I don't work at the other stores, extremely great customer service to the public and the community. All three stores combined offer many name brands and off brands as well. It was mentioned that we do have, I believe, we may have the largest selection of kosher wine on Long Island, but definitely if not, we're the top three for sure. Organic and do offer New York State wines. If there is something we do not offer to the public, we go out and we try our best to order and make sure our customers are happy and we get that for them. We also contribute to many organizations, temples, churches, New York Police Department, Fire Department, et cetera, and to the welfare of the community. As our attorney just said, the community demographics and population within the last few years haven't changed at all. There would be no reason whatsoever to offer this license to this new application. We are basically considered, I guess, mom and pop stores. We cater to the community. The community is very happy with us. And I've been with the store close to 8 years now. I do have family in the area as well. I don't live in the area. And I know the area very, very well and what the public wants, needs, desires, and demands as well. Like we said, there is no need to cram a store right across the street on the same side as us. Probably could throw a rock at the store if I had to. And, between us, Lance Liquors, and the Five Towns below, and there's also another store called Tanya Wine and Liquors right down the road from us, very small mom and pop store, would be a very big threat to them as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
I just want to add that what has changed is that within about a year and a half, the board approved the removal of Tanya's store to a store that's closer to Brothers and Lance and the applicant.
How far away was it before?
Tanya's attorney is here and a representative from the store as well.
Vivian Tazaki, attorney for Tanya Wine and Liquors. Tanya, she just moved to the new location on Burnside Avenue on August 17th. She moved because her building was being torn down. She chose this new location because the applicant's previous two applications were disapproved or withdrawn.
So she's been there a year and a half?
Yes. Just 4 quick more points. There are 7 stores within 1.5 miles. In recent years, the members have been disapproving new liquor stores on Long Island if there was even one within 1.5 miles. The 2 closest stores, respectively 525 feet and 1,175 feet, are on the same street. Directly across the street, Brothers Zing Inc. just purchased its store in 2018. It only did so after the applicant's 2 previous applications were disapproved or withdrawn. This store should be allowed to grow. And lastly, as you know, this store is being carved out of a Costco, and although the applicant may argue that Costco is a regional draw, that doesn't answer the question that is central to your decision today, which is, what is this store going to offer that's not already available with 1.5 miles by the 7 closest liquor stores or the other 229 liquor and wine stores open and operating in Nassau County?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is anyone over there not represented by either of you guys? They're all represented by? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Dano.
Thank you. So, as was noted before, this is being carved out of a Costco. And I was not going to harp on it, but as you said, Mr. Chairman, that Costco made an application for the same location, and the Court of Appeals both ruled that the public convenience and advantage was served by.
Court of Appeals as well?
Yeah, it was, it was appealed and upheld. So it wasn't a big decision, but it was appealed and upheld.
At the Appellate Division or the Court of Appeals?
Sorry, I don't.
Because that was my question, is this decision from Supreme Court is from 2013, so my question is, why did this take so long to get back here?
Well, first of all, this is not Costco. Okay, this is what happened. So let us back up and let me give you some history, please. Costco made the application. Costco brought the application. You turned down that application. Costco appealed on an Article 78.
Right.
And it was overturned and sent back. You gave Costco the license, but Costco chose not to open a liquor store here. It withdrew its application and opened a liquor store in another place because you only have one. That's why it took so long to get.
So, I mean, my view is then, I get that the court in 2013 indicated that we should be directed to give them a license, and we did, and they chose not to open. Well, I don't know that the status quo has remained the same in 6 years.
I understand that, but the decision that, well, first of all, I'm here to talk about public inconvenience and advantage now. So we'll get to that. And as I said, I wasn't going to hop on the decision. But the basis of the decision, the things that the court said in the decision, are all applicable today, because what has happened since the decision is that the local liquor stores, the ones that are represented here, everybody but Tanya, I can't speak to Tanya because I can't read their numbers, and
they're flat.
Okay, but all the others are rising, right? And this store that you're talking about, that he's talking about, that's close by, I wasn't going to.
Well, the close by store, we don't have numbers on because it actually just was purchased by someone in May.
But you do really.
Yeah,
You do really, but you're.
well, let me get the 6 months of sales first.
What's this? This is Tanya. Thank you.
Which you can address the prior owner, I think.
I'm sorry, counsel. I don't see the increasing numbers that you're talking about.
Well,
Go ahead.
Let me, please, okay. You have, if I remember correctly, $3 million in sales from the Locust store in 6 months. So and that's.
Is that Brothers Zhang?
Yes.
Yes. And that 6 months does not include Christmas, which is a period of time when you have more sales than the rest of the year. So you have to expect that this is at least a $6 million store. And when you're talking about a $6 million store, public convenience and advantage is served by having competition with a store that as close as it is. I would also like to point out.
Well, there's a store, I don't know that I agree with you, because if the previous year's sales were 6 million or 7 million, and they went down $1 million.
Well, there's been a change. And
the problem is we don't know because somebody just bought it.
I understand, but to making a decision on the fact that we don't know.
No, but I think her point is, and I think it's well justified, is that store we don't know. The next two stores' sales are flat.
Well, they're flat.
And then you have a store that's doing $40 million.
Right, so here, that's exactly right. They're flat but rising, and they're both over $1 million stores.
They're not flat but rising. That doesn't even make sense.
You have Brothers is at $3 million for 6 months, right? Which means it's more than a $6 million store. You have Lance, which between 2015 and 2017 went from $1,680,000, $1,695,000 to $1,700,000.
Yeah, but then you're conveniently ignoring that it went from, in 14, it was doing 178.
That's.
So it's gone down. It's not even returned to the 2014 level.
But it's rising since then.
I mean, yeah, if we ignore certain years and then just focus on the increasing numbers, you're ignoring the decrease.
Well, but I'm going back from the list. The increase is steady from 2015. So it's rising, and then the next one.
I know, but the point is that there is no increase of need for alcohol because in 14 it did 1789, and then in 17 it's still doing 1775. So that's a drop.
But what I'm saying to you, it's not a question of a need for alcohol. I'm saying that there's room for competition, and the courts.
But we're not talking about competition. What we deal with is demand for alcohol.
That's not completely true. I'm sorry, sir.
The competition part of it is what we want to support, obviously. But the reason we have these numbers, and the only reason, is to determine whether there's an increase in demand.
It's not the only reason, sir. Respectfully, you look at these numbers to see whether or not the addition of another store will cause additional competition so that the public convenience and advantage is satisfied, board, or create such a disruption that it will cause more trouble than the competition is worth. The courts have repeatedly said that competition is good for public convenience.
And there's no question about that. And the decision that was directing us to put a store here that, like I said, was dated in 2013, indicated that the board that was sitting here then, which none of us were a part of, was too concerned with the other stores and what their sales numbers were. What she's talking about and what I'm focusing on is the demand. Not whether they're going to be hurt by this, because every store, as we know, is going to be hurt by a new store, and they should be.
I understand, but we're also talking about public convenience and advantage. And if I was just going to say, to change from this subject for a second, okay, and before I change from the subject, as you noted before, there's another store there that's $43 million. Now, you look at Tanya, and she's on the same block as the store that's doing $43 million. And that store, by the way, the $43 million store went from $34 million to $43 million in that same period of time with no period of drop. That is a substantial increase in demand, and what you're seeing here is the public going out of its way to go to this store, and that's the $43 million store, rather than these other stores. But it's not a question of no increase in demand, because...
I think it has to do with online sales. I'm not sure if people are going over there.
There's a difference between 5 towns and Tanya of 9,000 square feet of floor space, too.
There is that. All I'm saying is, and now you, excuse me, Commissioner Fan, but you're conjecturing when you say that you think it's online sales. There's no testimony to that. Their sales have gone up. Let me talk a little bit more about public convenience and advantage, please.
Sure.
Sure.
I'm going to start, I don't like to start by answering the opponent, but I'm going to. This is, no, I'm not. I'm sorry.
You have that map, or did you give it to Tom?
This is a picture of the travel pattern, right? If you're coming, and I do this all summer long, if you're coming from Manhattan, Brooklyn, or Queens, and you want to go to the beaches, in the Atlantic beaches, this is the way you go. You travel along, I'm sorry.
Rockaway.
You travel along Rockaway Turnpike, and then you turn and you go over Nassau Expressway, and then you go down over the Atlantic Bridge, and then you go, these are all the beaches over here and the beaches over here. So when you're talking about what's going on here, you're not talking about just the local community. You're talking about people that are on their way driving every day out to this area. And Costco is a destination store. People go there on their way to these beaches. 4,000 people a day, 4,000 people a day stop at the Costco Mart. That's 4,000 consumers whose public convenience, and a day, whose public convenience and advantage is served. There are 75,000 vehicles that travel over Rockaway Turnpike every day. There are 40,000 vehicles that turn at that corner of Rockaway Turnpike and Nassau Parkway and take the Nassau Expressway and take the Nassau Expressway down this way. You're talking about enormous public convenience and advantage. And then I would point out to you,
But aren't, and maybe I'm missing something here, but aren't those people right now able to go to Brother Zhang? The ones that are traveling on that turnpike?
So here's what you're missing. Here is what you're missing. In order to go to Brother Zhang,
or Lance Wine and Liquors for that reason, for that matter.
In order to go to Brother Zhang, they can go at crossover to it's not Lance. I don't know where Lance is. Give me a...
Lance is up at the top of your photo. Yeah, right there.
It's above that.
It's farther up.
Yes.
Right. In order to go to Brothers, they have to actually pass the turn in, and then come out around this way.
All right, so they go another tenth of a mile.
Except that in terms of what's really happening and what the public convenience and advantage is that they are turning into Costco. So now you're having them turn into Costco, go back into, out into traffic, go around to a place that's inconvenient to get to, instead of going to a place.
Or they may not go to Costco and can just turn into Lance Wine and Liquors if they're heading in that direction.
But 4,000 of them a day turn into Costco. And I'm not saying.
So the basic convenience argument you're making is that this will be more convenient for just people going to Costco.
No, I'm not saying it's just more convenient for just people going to Costco.
Well, who else is it convenient for when there's stores right here already?
Because the traffic pattern is such that it is much more convenient for everyone who is coming from Brooklyn, Queens, or Manhattan.
Well, why would you pull into a Costco lot if you're not going to Costco?
You could go into the Costco lot to buy alcohol. Well, it's a convenient place.
And I just said that there's two other, so you're saying you go to save yourself a tenth of a mile, you're going to drive into the Costco lot.
If you drove that, which I do, every day, not every day, I'm sorry, every weekend, every summer, if you drove that, first of all, it's enormous. There's enormous traffic to go the extra distance. The traffic is just enormous. Secondly, when you're talking about it, that's on your route. Then you say, yes, I can go off my route if I want to go off my route, but it's not convenient to go off your route. It's possible.
Well, so are they providing anything that Brothers doesn't provide or Lance doesn't provide? Because both of them, as you pointed out, they're both rather large stores.
Yes, and I would like to point this out to you also. In the past, when we were talking about alcoholic beverage package stores that are near a store that is next to a Costco, you have repeatedly found that the type of service that the stores that are next to the Costco's provide is different from the kind of service that other stores provide. They offer a lot of large format bottles. They offer a lot of discount pricing that is, and by the way, it's in the court's decision also, that is different from the kind of things that the other stores offer.
But I thought you said that Costco was not actually part of the application.
No, but the stores that are next to the Costco's follow the Costco. They're attracting a lot of their customers come from the Costco's. The Costco customers, Costco's are membership organizations,
yes,
right? And they're not open to the general public,
right?
Except for beer, as a matter of fact. And so the package store is open to the general public, but the concept that Costco operates on is a limited margin, which is what attracts Costco, a limited margin, and larger formats, and specialty found items that are, items that where they go and they look themselves to find items that are not regularly available at very good prices. And the stores that are near the Costco's, they're independently owned and operated. They're not part of the Costco organization, but they follow the Costco model. So they do offer something that's completely different, and you have repeatedly found when there was a Costco store and somebody wanted to open up another store across the street within the same parking lot, you've allowed it because you said the Costco formats, and these are all independently owned, they're not Costco owned, I don't want to mislead you, but you said that the formats of these stores are different from the stores of the other stores. They offer a different, the ones that offer regular stores offer a public convenience advantage to those shoppers who look for that kind of shopping, and those who are looking for discount shopping and a different experience, they also have a place to go. And you have found over and over again that there is a difference between these stores, because when it's the other way around, you don't concern yourself with the distance.
So,
Has the store been vacant? Excuse me.
No, go ahead.
Has the store been vacant? Has the store been vacant since?
No, I'm sorry, sir.
The space that it's in.
No, it's not. It's part of the Costco store. The Costco has agreed to cut out a part of the Costco store and back it up, and it will be built out.
And rent it out.
And that's based on you granting a license.
So your client is renting from Costco?
Yes, ma'am.
And so while we're on this, can you just explain the method of operation here? I see that your memo focused mostly on public convenience and very conveniently ignore who the applicant really is and why we're here at all. So
I'm sorry.
So the
Conveniently-
applicant is,
This is the applicant right here, Austin Herman.
okay, but he lives in Texas.
He lives in Texas. Mr. Herman has had interest in package stores his whole life. He has interest in package stores in Texas. He's going to hire a manager. He's not going to move to New York. He is, but interestingly enough, Mr. Herman is a therapist who works with people who are with drug addiction and alcoholic beverage dependency. And
I'm not going to try to point out the irony there, but okay.
well, I would like to. It's
pretty obvious.
I don't think it's ironic at all, because what
That you are a therapist to people who are hooked on alcohol, and you want to come to a different state and sell alcohol?
if I may, Ms. Fan, I'm sorry, if I may, Commissioner Fan. Any minute now, I'll get it right. Yeah.
You can call me Lily.
Not today. If I may, what you want, what I want, what the state of New York wants, what the public wants, is that alcoholic beverages be sold to people responsibly, by people who understand that alcoholic beverages are an adult beverage that can lead to overconsumption and dependency.
And you want to sell large size format liquor bottles with discount prices, and that's not going to lead to abuse.
Knowing who your customers are, being careful about who you sell to, not selling to minors, those are things that don't lead to abuse. You cannot say that large format bottles it leads to abuse. As a matter of fact, someone here before said exactly what I would say to you. Small bottles, nips, are the ones that lead to abuse. Those teeny little bottles
Those grab and goes.
Those are the ones that.
I don't know. You can buy 50 times of that for $2 with a car.
Oh, we're not talking about $2, Commissioner Fan. We're talking about reasonably priced, with reasonable markups. We are not talking about $2. And I respectfully feel that the arguments you're making are not just.
How did he learn about this opportunity in New York when he's in Texas?
Oh, well, okay.
One he owns in Texas is Costco, right?
No, he doesn't own anything in Texas at the moment.
What is H&H Beverage?
H&H Beverage?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has it on here.
Gets to present. Vice President, Assistant Secretary, Retail Package Store.
San Antonio?
Oh, H&H Beverage is it's located in Texas. It owns package stores in other states. They don't own any package stores in Texas.
But H&H is not an applicant here.
No, it is not.
And are the stores that they own in other states related to Costco?
Some of them are adjacent to Costco. None of them are related to Costco.
Are they all in Costco plazas?
I don't know the answer.
He does.
He said yes.
I'm just asking. I'm not insinuating anything by that.
I'll explain, if I may. Okay.
I don't know that you need to. I just wondered.
Well, but I want to make sure that you understand. But what happened was, if you're familiar, there's a Sam's Club, right? And Sam's Club started in Texas, right? And Costco, I think, started in California, Washington, I think, Washington State. Costco decided that it would go. In those days, it was Price Club. It changed its name. They decided they were going to go into Texas. They asked his family if they would open up stores next to the Costco's in Texas. The Price Clubs in Texas failed, and the family had a bunch of stores that were in destination locations where nobody was going to the destinations. Costco has offered them, when they can't have a store themselves, they offered the family an opportunity to make up for that by giving them a chance to lease in places where Costco would like to have a store a package store near theirs for the convenience of their customers, and at the same time can't have one themselves. He has no interest in Costco. He's never worked for Costco. He has no stock in Costco.
Implying that he did.
At all.
I just
wondered if that was what was happening.
I just want to make sure that that's clear, and that's why this happens to be a very good opportunity for a store, because it is in the public convenience and advantage. It's not just somebody coming up to New York and saying, I'd like to open up a store anywhere where there'd be an opportunity to open up a store. This is the nature of a store next to a Costco attracts a large number of consumers because of the public convenience and advantage. It's hard to ignore it. And as I said before, when you're talking about people coming down, by the way, you heard that the only construction that's going on in this area is a little paving of a road. It's a $130 million revitalization project for the roads in this area because they are major arteries carrying major people who are going from Brooklyn and Manhattan and Queens to the beaches. And these people, as they travel, this is right in their path. And it is to their convenience and advantage. The other store, now that I'm thinking about it, the other store, I believe that Lynn's has difficulty with parking. I'm pretty sure that the Brothers doesn't have any parking problems.
Can you show me where Five Towns Wine and Liquor is on your bigger map? Or just the proximity? I don't need to see the building, but.
Down here.
It's south?
Southeast, southwest.
It's on Burnside Avenue, and it's
Tanya's 269 Burnside, and Five Towns is 671.
Oh, so can you just point to it? Right there? Okay.
Yeah.
And where's the applicant on that map? Okay.
So I would suggest you that the enormous growth of the 43, of a store with $43 million in sales is showing that there is plenty of room in this area for the competition that is offered here, you know, and that it's all being sucked up by one store. And having this competition is in the public convenience advantage. Let's just pick up the Costco parking lot.
All right, you guys have any questions?
I'm good.
Can I take 2 minutes?
Okay. All right, you folks got to, like, move to your, there we go. That's it. All right, we're back on the record with item 630B after a conference with council.
So if I may just point out to you, would you? That pulling into the Costco, there's a four-way light change here with a double lane road coming into the Costco. And then it allows you out onto Nassau Boulevard, Nassau Expressway, without ever having to re-enter Rockaway Boulevard. In order to, as I said, in order to get to the nearest store, you have to pass it. I have been traveling this road myself every weekend for the past 3 years. Never once have I traveled past that turnoff to go shopping. Never once. You know, it just is not part of the public convenience advantage. I would suggest probably they get most of their customers either as neighborhood customers or people who are coming from the east to the Rockaways from the east side, not from the west. So you're talking about, and look at the size of this parking lot, whereas others of the stores in the area, some of them have limited parking. And I would suggest to you that the public convenience and advantage is absolutely served by having a store in the Costco shopping center and having these 4,000 shoppers a day be able to pick up their wine and liquors, plus anybody else who doesn't want to stop at Costco and also wants to pick up their wine and liquors.
Thank you.
All right.
We ready to vote?
Yes.
If you heard just very, very briefly,
Yes.
I don't have a whole room of people to get to. I think the fact that the Supreme Court ruled and ordered the license issued and that the license was issued cleans the slate altogether. We're here on public convenience and advantage, and we've thrown a lot of words at you, we've thrown a lot of numbers at you, but I have to ask you just to look at a picture that really says 1,000 words. This is Zhang's, this is the applicant across the street. To say that it's inconvenient to pull into this parking lot and so much more convenient to pull into this parking lot bends the branch of veracity way past its breaking point. And also, you can exit the parking lot of Brothers directly onto Nassau Expressway. There is no barrier. You can go either way.
Can you turn into the parking lot off of Nassau?
I believe you can turn in, you can go out, and you can also go from Rockaway Turnpike. What's also conveniently missing from this illustration is that Brothers is here, applicant is here, and Lance is right here. So if the claim is to pass one block, that there's extraordinary inconvenience, you've passed Lance to get to Costco. Forget the words, forget the numbers. They are right across the street.
And Burnside Avenue on that map is?
I believe it's a half a mile north.
No, I think it's south.
Hold on,
It's
folks,
south.
folks, hold on.
Yeah, it's south.
Burnside
It's
Avenue
south.
is south
Yeah.
of there.
Sorry, but I believe it's a half a mile away.
I'm there every day, I can answer these questions.
Okay, so show me on the map where
it's
Burnside
not
is
there.
from there.
It's not
Just-
there.
Just roughly on the board.
1 second.
No, I want to see it on that map.
Here, stand
Yes,
this way.
right there.
Where is Burnside approximately?
All right, so where's 878 on this picture?
Well, this is Brothers, this is Costco. Where are we?
They're right behind, right here, this way. This is 878, right?
Yeah.
So they're just further down this way.
Okay.
Half a mile.
And just for the record, we do have 2 entrances and exits to our store, and one leads right on to 878.
All right, thank you.
100 feet away.
Okay, thank you.
You ready to vote then?
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Fan?
The numbers of the stores in the area really do not justify another additional store. I will mention that because we did put in that Total Wine store about half hour away, and we denied another one for the reason, or at least for me, the reason was that the Costco-style shopping experience. It's already available about a half hour away. I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I mean, there's a store like right across the bridge, there's another one right across the street. I just can't see it all that publicly disadvantaged to not have another store in between them. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Chairman Bradley?
So I think that as Mr. Levine said, that the circumstances have changed since the court's opinion, and the circumstance that changed is another store has been moved in there, Tanya Wine and Liquors, and that was since this decision, and since that decision, we did grant a license here, which if that license had stayed there, I can pretty much guarantee that Tanya Wine and Liquors would not have moved there. So I see that what the court was talking about, but I do think that the circumstances have changed significantly. That being said, I also think that there is clearly an increase in the big store, which is 0.7 miles away, that went up at least 10 million over the last 4 years and looks like it's going to continue to go up. And Costco does provide different products, and it would clearly be convenient, in my view, to the 4,000 customers that they do have that come there on a daily basis. So I would have voted to approve. But that 2 votes to deny, it's denied.
All right, the next item is 5:30. Jolson's Wines and Liquors, Inc.
Bernard Seidman for the applicant. Mr. Chairman, I think there's opposition here.
Is this the applicant?
Is anybody here for Jolson's Wines and Liquors, Inc.?
I represent Jolson.
Right, is anyone here in opposition to that? No. So go ahead. We did get 1 protest letter from Astoria Park Wine and Spirits.
Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, Chairman Bradley, I've represented this gentleman for quite a few years. In 1993, he and his mother purchased his store on 31st Street in Astoria, right by Ditmars Boulevard. A few years
So I'm going to stop you there. You're moving 0.24 miles?
Less.
All right, so why are you moving?
We're moving because of the MTA. They shut down we were a station store. And,
the L train?
Not the L, this is the N and the W line. Recently, they just closed the station next to me, which is Astoria Boulevard.
Permanently they closed it?
As of 2 days ago, they closed it for 9 to 12 months. My station is still in the process of a semi-closure. The entrances and exit ways are closed during the week. Of the 4 that are there on the north and south side of the block, 2 to 3 are closed.
So why are you moving why when you're moving, you're only moving this far away?
On 31st Street, Chairman, the rents have become untenable. Plus, on the weekend, the entire block is closed.
Okay.
No driving, no walking traffic at all.
Why?
Because of the superstructure. The MTA brought in all these
Oh, okay.
highways, so there was no driving, and nobody was allowed to walk on the block, fear of debris, because they were moving not only the superstructure of the N train, but they were moving the concrete as well.
And you're moving to a store that's half the size of the one you're in now?
Less than half the size.
And 4 of the 5 closest are going to remain the same?
Correct.
All right.
You ready to vote?
I don't know. Do you have any questions?
No.
Do you? Okay.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Fan?
we're ready.
I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, I'll vote to approve as well. 4 of the 5 still the same closest. So I vote to approve.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll vote to approve as well. 4 of the 5 closest remain the same. He's not moving a significant distance at all. It's a quarter mile, and the justification for the move makes sense to me.
Thank you,
So.
board members. Have a good day.
Next item are items 612, 613, 614, JC Hospitality, LLC.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Martin Mailer, Mailer Buscemi. We were here 2 weeks ago on this matter, and it was put off so that we could ascertain what a letter that you received was all about. It turns out there was some sort of straw vote taken, and apparently
Among who?
the town board members. But that was not for general publication, and apparently this town attorney on her own decided to send this letter out. Since that time, in a sense, we have the Liquor Authority to thank. The town has now spoken to us, has now cooperated with us, has now given us the permits that we need to meet the conditions that they want. So having said all of that, this is just for the purposes of clarification of what happened 2 weeks ago. I've been told, my client is here, that we will accept your counteroffer of $55,000, and at the time, for now anyway, without any music. But based on what was said to us the last time about being able to come back once we...
You don't even need to come back, as long as you send a letter in, whatever that is, and that's enough.
Okay, meaning the License Bureau can act on it?
Yes.
Then that's it.
Yep.
We hereby accept the penalty of
All right.
$55,000.
Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, Jackie, as long
Well, I
as
was
you
going to
get...
ask you to recap, but I think I'll
All right,
figure
so
it out.
I'll recap is what, they're accepting a counteroffer of $55,000, no music right now until the town authorizes music, and at that point, whatever the town has authorized, we authorize. And he's going to be able to do that
You're
through
gonna send
letter.
that in as a method.
No, absolutely, no,
All
we'll
right.
give you, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Next item's 562, FLB's Pub, Inc.
I'll accept.
Francis Buscemi for the licensee. This is CNC offer, $10,000.
I'll accept.
Commissioner Ford. Next item is 594, AP 3964 Corp.
This is a request to open up a default. I believe Ms. Marsico might have some information on this.
I'll grant recon back to council's office.
Commissioner Ford.
Yeah, same here, back to council.
Chairman Bradley.
Yes, same.
Okay.
Thank you.
587, 161 Ludlow Food LLC.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palolo. I have with me, Chris, introduce yourself. What's your name?
Victor Luke, partner.
Thank you.
Looks like they're having a lot of fun at no fun. You know that was coming.
Had to come. This is an offer before you to resolve the charges.
What's the deal with the dancing? Are we going to stop it or ask to
We have
change it? or-
signs up and we ask people to stop dancing, but people do move to music. We do our best to stop it. It's not a club by any stretch of the imagination. It's too small.
I mean, that was the same, I know I prosecuted this licensee in 2015, and that was the same situation then. They were dancing and acting, operating like a nightclub.
So operating with,
No, in 2015, they were also dancing, and we heard about the signs then, but it doesn't seem like they're really getting the message.
Ms. Marsico, I really don't know what the licensee can do other than race across the floor, grab hands around someone from dancing. They actually stopped the music.
Well, you can actually,
They stopped the music.
No, you put signs up. You
We do have signs up, and Ms.
no, well,
Marsico-
or go to the community board and see if we can allow dancing. Obviously, it's legal now.
Not gonna happen. It's not zoned for dancing. It's not,
Oh,
Marsico
all
doesn't.
right. Well, then they got to do a better job, because if it comes back, do we have anything pending?
We are trying.
I have to check.
I mean, he's getting into the danger zone, as you know.
Sure.
He's been open a while, and there's no point in risking the business.
You ready to go?
I'll accept.
Commissioner Fan?
I'll accept.
Commissioner Ford.
5,000 accept.
Thank you.
Next item is 534, Joanne Zablocki.
The answer was yes, there was something pending.
The answer is yes, what?
There was something pending.
Huh? Go sit down.
Yes, that was the answer. You might want to check that.
Soon.
Oh, soon?
Yeah, it looks like there's.
Go ahead, Mr. Levy.
Place.
Good afternoon, Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant and also a licensee, Joanna Zablocki. The application before you is for an upgrade. Not sure if there's any opposition here today.
Okay, come on up.
Good morning.
My name is Samantha Gabris, and I'm here on behalf of my father, Shimon Gabris, the principal of 150 Nassau Avenue Liquor Corporation. I have been working for my father full-time since February of 2013, and therefore I've been the one attending these meetings since Ms. Joanna Zablotsky initiated her license change request in September of 2013. This is the 5th time in 5 years that she's requested a license change, and I am including the time in March of 2017 that she was initially put on the agenda but then taken off. What's changed since December 2016, the last time that she spoke in front of you? Well, 182 Norman Avenue closed at the end of 2016. You would expect a big spike in business for us and perhaps some of our neighbors due to that closure. We have submitted the numbers for the past 4 years of our gross sales, and I actually have the numbers for 2018. Unfortunately, they are less than 2017, our total gross sales. I will not speak them in front of the whole room, but I do have them on a Post-it note I can hand over.
I would take your 18 number.
In addition, 128 Nassau.
So you are, I'm not going to speak numbers either, but since July, you had a worse second half than you did first half?
Yes.
Were you closed during Christmas?
No.
Okay.
Additionally, 128 Nassau Avenue has new ownership since November 2018. That business is now called Parlor Wines and Liquors. If a quick look at their website or also their Instagram will show you that they are carrying local products local to Brooklyn and other New York spirits. And I know I can say for myself that we carry many local spirits as well. Can't speak for the other business, but I'm sure that they do since that is what the customers are asking for. When Ms. Joanna Zablotsky spoke in December of 2016, she claimed that there were no stores north of her. I know that one of the other protest letters was written by MET Wine and Liquors at 696/698 Manhattan Avenue, which according to the map that I usually also include with our letters, is roughly 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks from Ms. Joanna Zablotsky's current location. That is one store that is west of her. Starting with that store on Manhattan Avenue, there are a grand total of 6 liquor stores north of Ms. Zablotsky. Immediately after 696, 698 Manhattan Avenue is 761 Manhattan Avenue, which is roughly 1 block north. Then there is 907 Manhattan Avenue, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks north at the corner of Greenpoint and Manhattan Avenue. Then following that is a location at 983 Manhattan Avenue, which is the corner of Manhattan and Huron. And then there's also a store at 1071 Manhattan Avenue, which is the corner of Eagle and Manhattan Avenue. And that one is under new ownership. And then additionally, if you walk west to the next avenue, which is Franklin Street, there's just a wine store there at 155 Franklin on the corner of Britain, India, and Java. And there's also a Duke's Liquor Box on the corner of Milton, roughly between Milton and Noble at 114 Franklin. Most of those businesses have been around for 20 or more years. I remember them from my childhood. So clearly, I believe there are more than enough liquor stores servicing the Greenpoint area, immediately near Ms. Zablotsky's store, near our store, and also moving north and west towards Commercial Street, where all the recent building development is in Greenpoint, where if you go to Google and literally just type in 3 words, Greenpoint building development, one of the first articles that comes up is a story by Curbed New York, and it's mapping Greenpoint's ongoing explosion of development. See the 19 new projects in various stages of development in the neighborhood right now. I printed that out. That article is from May 2018. It didn't come out so well, but there's also another article that I printed out. But basically, there's, like the commissioners mentioned in December of 2016, the need is up north towards Commercial Street, which is not anywhere near Ms. Zablowski's current location.
How far is it?
Well, Commercial Street,
No, I know where it is. I'm asking you, how far is it walking?
from her location, where Commercial Street is about 20, 25 minutes, I'd say. It's a 20-minute walk. I have the map here.
No, I have a map, thanks. Anything else?
That's it, and I just think that the numbers, and also 89 Nassau Avenue recently changed their hours to a shorter day, which I think if your business is doing really good, doesn't make sense.
Or it makes all the sense in the world.
But not when you have lots of
Only
employees
work,
to
don't
pay.
you
That
wanna
store is 3 times my size, and I know this has a ton of employees.
Which one did you say is?
89 Nassau Avenue.
Okay.
That one has shorter hours now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We would disagree with some of those pieces of information, like specific distances and blocks and stuff like that, and I would just have you trust your maps and the information from the Liquor Authority database. As I mentioned in my submission, I hope you all got it and had a chance to read it in advance of this meeting, because I really was intending to make this short and sweet today.
Yeah, no, we got it.
Ms. Zablocki's been before you a number of times, as you've heard. I don't think there's been an issue with respect to her candidacy to hold a liquor store license or an issue with her concept for the store. She currently has a wine store in this location and has been running it since 2011. And it's a good, solid business. As you've seen, as you've heard, as you've read, Ms. Zablocki grew up in this neighborhood. She knows this neighborhood well, has built a business here, and it's important for her that she's a part of this neighborhood in the way that she is. Her intention of seeking an upgrade here was never to convert her store from, you know, the boutique wine shop that it is to a full liquor store per se, where it would be predominantly liquor. The intention was just to expand her inventory. Like I said in my letter, her intentions have always been 70% of the store to be wine and 30% to be spirits. And the spirits that she plans to carry, she's quite certain are not sold in any of the other stores, and there wouldn't really be an issue with overlap of inventory.
Like what?
Doc Herson's, I have a list here. Appleton Estate is a female master distiller by Joyce Spence. Arbike Highland Estate, Christy Black, a female distiller. Castle and Key Distillery, Marianne Barnes. These are female distillers that I would like to carry and represent, being a female entrepreneur, which none of the local stores are owned by females. So that's something that I would like to focus on.
Did you start applying for a liquor and wine store and then got a wine store, or your original intent was a wine store and now you've changed your mind?
When I initially applied, it was
A wine,
mix.
a mix.
Yes. Back there, Chairman Rosen was on the board, and he granted me a wine store license for the year. He said, you know, give you a year to kind of like see how it works out. The last time that I was before the board in 2016, Chairman Bradley did mention that he would consider the wine store given there was a significant change. And the change was that, and he specifically said if there was a closure, and there actually was. There was a closure of S&S Vino, which was the only other liquor store on Norman Avenue.
So just blame me.
I'm sorry.
I did say that.
And as I mentioned, that was the only liquor store on Norman Avenue. Currently, there are no other liquor stores on Norman Avenue.
But as you know, I only speak for me.
I understand.
Well, and just to that point, the store that closed was the absolute closest store to her location on the same block. It was under 400 feet away. And, you know, I know we like to look at the gross sales numbers of the stores as a way to gauge, you know, whether there's a need for another store. But what I would, you know, offer to the members is here you have one of these stores actually closing, but sales still declining for one of the other closer stores. So I don't think you can actually use that same calculus necessarily there, because that's sort of working opposite to what the normal intuition is. Ms. Zablocki, like she's mentioned, and I'll let her speak a little bit, about why she wants this so desperately and why she's been so persistent with this. But at the end of the day, she is trying to provide something to the community, to her community, that doesn't currently exist. And again, there was a mention that if something significant happened, which would be a closure, we could come back. That has happened. It was the closest possible store to her, and here we are. So I'd like Joanna to say a couple of words to the board also.
I guess I'll say that I am born and raised in the neighborhood. I've had opportunities to open up stores in different neighborhoods, but the draw just wasn't there because I want to stay where I am. My relationships with my neighbors who are also customers, we have children, they play in the parks together. I have really built a community around here in my neighborhood, which is not only an achievement but an honor for me. Also being that I'm a female and a role model for my daughter is also really important to me. So my goal really is not to be competition to the other stores. They have different types of product, different types of clientele. It's really just to continue to grow my business for my family.
Thank you.
You've seen some of the other stores did have actually increasing sales, and like I said, despite one of the ones in this little grouping having closed, some sales are still down, so I would maybe look at some.
So, and you mentioned that this was, if the store that closed was still open, it would be the closest store. How many, that was a few hundred feet?
Under 400 feet on the same block.
On the same side of the street, too?
Same side of the street or across the street?
Oh.
Across the street, but the same street. It's also worth noting that McGinnis is sort of like a main thoroughfare over there, and of the bunch of these stores, a lot of them, if not the majority of them, are on the other side of McGinnis, so it is sort of like a bit of a demarcation there, and as mentioned, there is massive development happening north, and Mrs. Zablocki is sort of on the top end here, so no one is really servicing that whole community that is developing, so she'd be in a good position to do that as well.
All right.
Ready to vote?
Yep.
Commissioner Fan.
With a limit to 30% spirits, I will also encourage you to look at the women distillers and, minority-owned distilleries to carry those products, and with that, I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
Yeah, I vote to approve as well.
That same cap?
Same cap, yes.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll vote to approve, since apparently I already did.
Thank you.
Next items, 547, 548, Birkenby Entertainment LLC.
Can we do 560 and 565 as well?
We sure can.
Are they related?
Same licensee.
560.
You don't have those pulled out yet.
Can you put your name on the record?
My name is Abdel Kader Widrago from Burkina Bay Entertainment LLC, DBA Shrine, Yatenga.
You're the licensee?
Yes.
Okay. So your basement door, it's still locked, or you've changed it?
Changed.
Okay.
The fire department.
What happened, though? You were doing real well. Then all of a sudden, the last 2 years,
Many restaurants around all the competition.
all right, well, what do you have on first, Tom? 47 and 48?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We're going to do 47 or
48, because I got to do this.
Oh, I see, got it. For both cases, I am at 2,500.
So you're
For
denying?
all four cases, 2,500.
All right, so we'll just.
I would just
let's
accept the
split 'em.
15,
Okay,
and
yeah.
then I would do 1,000 for 560 and 565.
Okay.
So for 547 and 548.
I will accept 1,500.
And
Ford?
Commissioner Ford?
That's fine, yes.
And Bradley?
I'll accept, yes.
Okay, now for,
I'll sustain one in the first proceeding, sustain one in the second proceeding.
Yes, and I am at 1,000.
So the basement for the band. Never heard that before. I'll accept.
I'll take 1,000 too. Good luck.
There's no other places, no other cases open, sorry. I'll
Yeah, you can,
renew it.
yes, yep. So you get, and do your renewal. Yes. Okay.
We already have it, we just got to issue it. Pardon?
Yeah, no, it's coming.
Get the band
next,
addressing.
533, F&K Wine and Liquor LLC.
Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Korngut. I'm the attorney for F&K Wine and Liquor LLC. This is an application for a liquor store at 1017 Fulton Street in Brooklyn. The retail space will be approximately 600 square feet.
So let me stop you. We have a protest. Hi.
Thank you for your time. I'm getting deja vu. I was here 4 years ago.
What was your name?
Chris Leon. I own and operate Leon and Son Wine. That's our DBA. The LLC is GNC Wines. We're 500 feet from the application's location, and I'm here to explain how 1017 will not add public convenience or add advantage, and it should be denied its license. I've had 1 day to review their application, and so I just want to quickly focus on 3 things in addition to my opposition letter, of which I believe you received, as well as the letter of recommendation from the Small Business Association on Fulton Street, Fab Fulton. It's the context for the previous license, 1017, the experience of these operators, and most importantly, the proposed selection, which is in fact not unique. So
Before you get going, what was the letter from the Small Business Association? Do we have that?
Fab Fulton?
We have your letter, but I don't see the other letter.
I have copies. If you
All right, well, go ahead and you can give it to us after you're done.
Okay. 4 years ago, I signed my lease at 995 Fulton Street. It was an incredible moment in my life, very scary, but Clint Hill needed a highly operating business, and that's what I promised. I stood here and I argued that I would open a wine store inspired by what I had learned in my study of wine at the WSET through my advanced certification, my career somming in restaurants, and my time working in wineries in Sonoma County. And I would apply them to the neighborhood I lived in, Clinton Hill. Unbeknownst to me, 1017 had a liquor license that was not being used. They were in violation. So it was an empty storefront. I had no idea they had a license. I was shocked and worried when I found out, but I still felt confident that I had something unique that Clinton Hill needed. It was in a very contested hearing where you saw they were in violation of their license, and also saw that A, I was prepared, and B, I had experience. It was in this very unique situation where they hadn't opened, and you saw I was ready to, and you granted my license. And since then, I have followed through on my promise to open a dynamic business in Brooklyn. In a short time, we've been named one of the best stores in New York Magazine, Brooklyn Magazine, and the most loved retail store of any kind by Time Out in 2016. We're a highly operating store with full delivery, online pickup, educational programs, and a wine club. 1017 did end up getting their license back after you asked them to turn it in, but we were too close together. I came to know Earl and Elizabeth Snell quite well. They came, we would talk about how we were too close, and 18 months later, they closed the store. And
What was their address?
1017 Fulton Street.
Oh, okay, it's this address, right, okay. Go ahead.
18 months later, they closed the store and eventually sold the building for financial reasons. I will say that the neighborhood, that in their argument, they've said 7,000 units are moving into this neighborhood. I would like to note that over 6,000 of those units are in Pacific Park, which is downtown Brooklyn, 1.2 miles away, and feel that we're very comfortably servicing the neighborhood very confidently. And in terms of experience, I have nothing but respect for restaurant owners and operators. I studied restaurant management at the French Culinary Institute, and I operated and general managed my, other restaurants as well before becoming a wine and spirits professional. And I can say confidently they're not the same thing. The restaurant referred to in their application is by Mr. Heifeld, where he's a partner responsible for the wine selection, has 12 wines on it. As I've mentioned, I have a proven track record in the wine community, and I've also built a team of professionals. 3 out of my 10 employees are certified sommeliers. The 4th is getting their advanced certification at the Wine Spirit Education Trust, and the rest are passionate and learned. We were mentioned in New York Magazine as, quote, staff having a lightning-quick Goldilocks level of knack for gauging what customers are seeking. I can say confidently that our whole team is not only dedicated to serving Clinton Hill, but is extremely qualified to do so. We're beverage
You have 10
professionals.
employees
I do.
and 800 square feet?
I do.
Huh.
We're beverage professionals. I believe this is a vocation that is serious, and I love taking care of those employees in the neighborhood. And half of them live in the neighborhood. They're in walking distance, whereas in their application, F&K says they're proposing to hire one single employee. Now, most importantly, it's the differentiation of what we're offering. Now, having a day to review their wine list, which they have in their application, I want to explain what they're proposing to offer the Clinton Hill community and show that it's neither unique from what's already here, nor will it add to public advantage. In fact, it takes away, and I'll explain. They're claiming their store will be unique because it will offer, quote, affordable, high-quality international wines with a 50% dedication to French wine and with 70% of their approximate 400 SKUs under $20. Now, offering a depth of French wine is not unique to Clinton Hill. I don't know how this is unique to any store. However, I do deeply love French wine, and Lee & Son currently has more than 400 French wines, and that's much more than the applicant is offering. In fact, Wine Searcher, which is the world's largest wine database for retailers, has awarded us twice the gold medal for European selection and Burgundy selection, which are intended to, quote them, reward stores with truly excellent price lists put together by great wine buyers and their teams. And the criteria is a wide range of quality wines or spirits, significant depth and breadth across regions, and consistency throughout each year. We're the only store in Brooklyn with who have won these awards. To me, having a great wine selection, like any category, means representing a breadth of regions, but also producers, styles, price points. With over 400 French wines, we're able to tell the full story, right alongside a slew of other categories and regions. And just for context, we work with 85 different wine suppliers. They have listed 15. I also firmly believe that great wine can have great value. Not only do we have almost 300 SKUs under $20, but the centerpiece of our store is a middle table dedicated to 14 and under wines. I take it seriously, and I'm constantly changing this. It's the most rewarding challenge, to find wines that are value-driven and still adhere to the philosophy of artisan, non-commercial winemaking. And importantly, these wines give us the cash flow to offer a dynamic, broad selection from across the world. Now, regarding the claim of affordability, context is key. I do actually carry a couple things that are listed on the list they sent you. And I work with all of the vendors that they've listed, so I know the wines that they've listed there. And I think it's really important to point out that the pricing on these items, I think what's really important to point out is that the pricing of these items from what we carry and what they propose to carry are very different. So for instance, on the third page of their items list, they have something called the Fair Peru from Jerome Selections. I know the wine beautifully. It's an old vine Gamay from Barry. I sold it for over 2 years. I sold it for $16.99. They have it listed for $22.99. This is a wholesale item price at $11.
For how much?
I sold it for $16.99. Now, we also carry Isa Stegi, which is a cider they've listed. I sell this for $9.99. They have it listed at $12.99. The wholesale price is $6. Lastly, I sell the Dolan Vermouth that they have listed, which is just a bar staple. I sell it for $15.99. They have it proposed at $19.99. That's a $10 wholesale cost. Now, this pricing strategy is consistent over the whole list, and that's a 20 to 40% above average retail and comes to almost 100% full markup on all these items. Now, not only, this is scary because people, if you're not a learning consumer, you don't know that you're being taken advantage of. So not only is this going against public advantage, this is taking advantage of the community they have the responsibility to serve, and that's something I take great pride in. So on top of all this, they claim to have uniquely offered local spirits. They've listed Kings County, Hill Rock Estate, Mackenzie, and Van Brunt. We carry all these exact same spirits, plus we carry Brooklyn Distilling from Sunset Park, Green Hook Gin, Forte Spirits from Bed-Stuy, Never Sink Spirits from Hudson Valley, and we've done in-store tastings with all of them for Clinton Hill. So, in conclusion, they're attempting to do something that we're already offering, but to do it in a slightly, I hate to use the word cynical, but in a slightly more tamped down way. And I cannot see how this adds public advantage in any way. And being a member of the Clinton Hill community, I feel very strongly that this license should be denied. Thank you.
The letter he's speaking of, we do have.
We do, but did we get it?
It was scanned in, but again.
Yeah, why don't you
it's
just bring it up, because I don't think I,
Thank you. Like I said, my name is Benjamin Korngut. I'm the attorney for F&K Wine and Liquor, the applicant herein. This application for a liquor store at 1017 Fulton Street, approximately 600 square feet of retail. I have with me today Kai Eric Heifelt, who is one of the principals, and Freddie Saint-Agnan, who is also a principal. For the reasons that we're going to lay out and we've laid out in our letter, we feel that the issuance of this license is in the public convenience and advantage. First off, I'd just like to talk about the location a little bit. As the opposition extensively discussed, this location was previously licensed as a liquor store from 2014 through November of 2017. The owner of the building was also the owner of the store, and the owner of the building decided to sell the building, and that is the reason that the license expired. I believe he moved out of New York. And since then, there's been no intervening use at the space. If you look at Exhibit 1, the sign is still up on the store. And then the next point I'd like to make is just this notion of that the opposition was unaware that there was a license in effect at this location at the time that he applied. The application at 1017 was applied for almost a year.
Well, we're moving on now, past that. Whether he was aware or not aware, he got his license, so did they, so.
Right, but I think the important thing is that at the time that his license was issued,
I'll let them see
there was a license in effect at 1017 Fulton Street. Thus, in 2015, the board held that it was in the public convenience and advantage to issue an additional license to GNC despite its proximity to 1017 Fulton Street. And with the increase in the population and development in the area that we're going to talk about next, it seems totally inconsistent to now find that the issuance of a license at 1017 Fulton is somehow not in the public interest.
Well, you could. I mean, who's to say we don't make mistakes? I make mistakes every day.
Sure.
And that might have been a mistake.
But there are additional factors that
Correct.
have come into play since then.
But it's very easy to say that we could now find it's not in the public interest, or that we can't find it's not in the public interest, I think is.
You have the right to.
Not that we have the right to, it might be the best decision. Because we may have been wrong last time.
That is true, but my opinion is that it's inconsistent. And I would just note that the records were not available online from that hearing, so I wasn't able to watch the actual hearing at that time. So I don't know the substance of the arguments at that time. Regarding the four closest stores, GNC, who is the opposition, their sales have been very robust since they opened. From 2016 to 2017, their sales increased by 25% and 13.3% from 17 to 18. And I would note that that doesn't include the second half of the year, which I'm sure, as you know, includes the holiday season and is generally more profitable for wine and liquor stores. Regarding Four Seasons Liquors, that is a bulletproof store, and their sales have increased pretty steadily over the last 4 years, increasing by approximately 15% per year from 2015 to 2017. The second and the third closest stores, one we know has closed, Skyline Wine and Spirits, which is the second closest store, we know has closed by its submission to the gross sales figures, and we believe that was simply a case of poor location and management. It's located on Atlantic Avenue, which I'm not sure if you're familiar with the area, but is a major thoroughfare. And it doesn't, it almost acts as like a highway through Brooklyn, so it doesn't get necessarily the same level of foot traffic, which for a neighborhood like this is crucial. And Cacvet Line Liquor Store, Inc. Did not provide gross sales figures either. It is a bulletproof store, and we believe that may have closed as well. The last several times the applicant passed by, it looked like it was shuttered. So you have two of the four closest stores which have closed. And the two other ones, their sales are up significantly over the last 3 or 4 years. Regarding the population increase and the new developments, we find that the opposition completely ignores all the developments that are going on in the area. Exhibit 2 are census figures, which show a 22.5% increase within a quarter-mile radius between 2010 and 2018, which is estimated. We've submitted as Exhibit 3 data from the MTA, which shows substantial increase in ridership at the closest train station, which has increased 16% from 2012 to 2017. Perhaps more significantly are the developments in the area I'm sure you know, Brooklyn overall is exploding. We have estimates that there are 35,000 new units expected in Brooklyn by 2021. But with respect to this particular neighborhood, by our count, there's almost 7,000 residential units in development within a 5-block radius, and I've submitted that as Exhibit 5. Directly next door to this, there is a 50-unit building going up, which if you look in Exhibit 6, you could see the lot that's going up directly across the street from this location.
But what about, I mean, you're literally on the same side of the street, and it looks like under 1,000 feet away in a neighborhood that's a walking neighborhood. So what about the fact that this appears to me to be almost exactly the same store that he's running, but as he said, tamped down? I mean, he's got 10 employees, 4 of whom are sommeliers, including him. I'm assuming you are as well. Yes. Yeah.
Commissioner, Chairman.
You're 500 feet away?
My name is Freddy Saint-Aignan, and I'm from France. I'm wine sommelier in France. I had a restaurant in New York as well that I sold, which is Sugar Lounge Inc. What's different? I know the store pretty much because I live in Bed-Stuy, and sometimes it happened that I bought wine over there. Despite the number that's been given as a 15,000 SKU, 1,500 SKU in the store is very, very small, and I go shop there quite a bit sometimes when it's on my way, and I don't count. I mean, like 1,500 SKU in that store, it's impossible. And to prove that, you can go online.
That's not what I'm asking you, though. It appears you're running the same store 500 feet away.
It's not the same store, because just like, as he mentioned too, he mentioned that he has like he can take 2 or 3 products out of my list that I made that I will select it in the store. 2 or 3 products, it's not a lot. His French wine selection is much shorter than what I do. I mean, that's my thing. French wine is my thing. So, I want to carry also like all the other wine, like wine from Uruguay, wine from Brazil. I haven't seen any of those in his store. So the diversity of what I do or what I want to do, it's totally different type. I mean, like if you talk about the country, his selection, it's more like American, Italian, Spanish, and French.
So what you're saying is you're going to be a wine store, you're just selling different wines.
Yeah.
Than he is.
Yeah.
And you're going to have sommeliers just like he does.
We do the same thing, but I mean, in a small store.
And if a customer comes in and wants any brand of wine, you should be able to get it for them.
Yeah.
Just as he can.
Yeah, not the same.
All right.
I mean, so it's not the same thing. If a store is small, if we have 2 small stores, how can you carry as much as SKU as
I mean, you seem like a great candidate. I'm not questioning your expertise. I'm just questioning how close this is, and the fact is that it's clear he buried the last people that were there.
He didn't. They sold the building. I mean, like I can show you.
He went from 540, he's going up 300,000 or 400,000 a year. I just don't know if it's a good idea,
But that's not the reason that the previous store sold. I mean,
yeah,
we don't have their gross sales figures.
No, I don't care what their sales figures were, but
If you just step back, please. Just
you can leave that here.
It's a Yelp review of the 1017 store that just goes up. People were like not happy.
Well, I mean, Yelp, I don't really trust Yelp.
But it's still people who live around the area and go to that store. So, I mean, like, to deny that, it's to deny the community also lives around, and we're happy about that store, and we're sad that store's closing. And that store.
But you're not opening that store.
I'm not opening.
You're opening what he does.
When you look and what the people say, he goes more toward to what I said than what he has as SKU in his store.
And I would just like to refute the notion that because he was doing so well, that was the reason that this.
I mean, I remember him coming here and how that happened. You may not have been able to observe it on video, but I recall it because the other store wasn't open at the time, and there's no reason he would have known that.
Well, it was public.
So my point being is that he was here, they weren't open, and I think as a board we got upset that they basically were playing games with us, and he got a license as a result of that. I
understand that.
And I don't know necessarily that he would have if they were operating at the time as they should have, and they weren't.
Which one are you talking about
The
again?
one that closed, which is where they're going into.
But like,
Are we ready to vote then, or?
Yeah, I don't
In the application, there is a specific reference to the wine shop. So are we applying just for wine, or are you talking about both liquor and wine? What'd you say?
It's full liquor.
It's full liquor. We want full liquor.
We would like full liquor.
But if,
And we kind of glossed over this, but the development in the area is, I mean, it's immense. There's,
I think, I guess the point I'm making, and once again, I'm not speaking for them, is I'm not saying that this area doesn't need another liquor store. I just don't know that it needs one 500 feet from the other one. The location to me is problematic, is what I'm saying.
it was previously a license.
I get that, and I just explained to you why that happened.
Do you vote then?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
Two of the 4 stores are bulletproof. 2 stores are closed.
I know the last one is bulletproof.
Four Seasons.
Is Four Seasons bulletproof?
Yes. And so.
Yes, and so, okay.
Coquette.
Cockpit, okay.
And Atlantic Cellars is closed.
That's correct.
And obviously the store that's at this location is closed. I appreciate the passionate presentation very, very much, though the numbers are showing increases all around for the ones that we do have.
Hold on, they're voting, okay?
And so with that, and if you're accurate about the prices, I don't think you need to worry about this, so I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm going to vote to deny, based because it's just right on top of another store that wouldn't be there if the other store would be open, had been open, had we approved it. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to deny only because it's 500 feet away. I mean, if he takes one of these other spots, he's got it. I just don't see the same store being that close together. It doesn't make sense to me.
If you went to where.
I don't see any added convenience in that.
If you went to where Atlantic is closing, I'd be inclined to.
Atlantic is closing because Atlantic Avenue is huge and there is no foot traffic at all. So, I mean, like, they were, in the left.
We have lots of people waiting to be heard, so the members have voted. Next item is 564. Sivan Design LLC.
You're also the licensee?
Yes.
This is a different place though, right?
Yes.
Do you have a valid certificate of occupancy now
Finally, yes.
with you?
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna have to mail that to us, right?
Yeah.
Or you want to, you don't want to take it now?
I could take it now.
Oh, she'll take it now.
It's easier. It's giving up. Can't find it later.
Sustain 1, withdraw 2, 3, and 4, and dismiss 5.
I'm at 1,000.
Commissioner Ford?
1,000 is fine with me.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll take the 1,000.
All right. You're all set. It's $1,000 penalty. You'll get something in the mail.
Thank you.
Next item is 630A, M&L Liquor, Inc. Is anybody here in opposition to this? M&L Liquor, Inc.?
We did get one protest.
Good afternoon. Carl Talias, representing M&L. I'm here with Mrs. Perez and her daughter, who's going to be translating for her.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well,
Why do they want to put a liquor store here, and why is it bulletproof? And there's 4 stores in 0.4 miles. Why do we need another one?
Yeah, my name is Belkis Pere. And my daughter.
You can speak for your mother if you want. Go ahead.
Thank you again so much for this afternoon. The reason being that my mom would like to go and open up a liquor store is due to the fact that she would like a new opportunity into a new business as such as this, because she's been around in the area for 30 years and she's been working on there as a beautician, and she's tired. she would think that this opportunity will be something new and for her, and that she will be serving into the community, being that we see that in the area that we're situated, there is no such business as such as this, the liquor store, and it's bulletproof because, excuse me, I'm
That's all right. Take your time.
The reason being that the store is bulletproof is because of for our own security, and being that what has been going on in the news and stuff, we just want to protect our security and also the security of our.
Are you working there?
I will be helping out in the store, and for this also security for our customers.
Does she have any, or you have any experience in this business?
I do not.
Does she?
But she does, because she has been serving the community, like I said before, as a beautician, and she has a beauty parlor. She's been.
Oh, but I mean in the alcohol business. Okay.
No. But we have had, we have the experience with. She has experience with the customers, and they've been asking for that in the community.
Okay.
And they're close by.
So it's 450 square feet, but 76 square feet are behind a bulletproof configuration. Am I reading that correctly?
No, 76 are up front.
Yeah, 76
Yeah.
up front, and the rest is.
The rest is behind glass.
I also sent the picture.
Pictures that we get are copies.
Oh, would you like to see?
We have the originals here.
Yes, I would, actually.
Can I approach?
Yeah. I'm just looking.
This is a store that you are renovating and adding the bulletproof barriers?
Yes, it was renovated.
It was already renovated, and it's already added the bulletproof.
Okay, so it was an existing store that you're replacing?
It was empty.
It was an empty building. It was an empty
Empty
space.
store, yes.
Oh, so her beauty shop wasn't here at this
No.
location?
No.
But at one point, it was an operating liquor store that closed?
No, not
No.
that we're aware of.
Not that I'm aware of.
So why was it a bulletproof space? You have no idea what was there before?
No.
We
We
just-
built the bulletproof.
You built the bulletproof space?
Yeah, what you see in the pictures was built.
Yeah,
by
they built it out before they got the license, which probably is not pretty good. I know what you're thinking.
You ready to go ahead and vote?
Yes, I think we are.
Okay, Commissioner Fan?
The numbers of the closest stores are all decreasing. Despite the fact that you've already spent money building this out, I just really don't see a justification, so I have to vote to deny. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, I'm sorry, too. There was another license we just issued, like, not even a year ago.
No, that was a liquor store. That's been, yeah, but
But there was another one we issued less than 2 years ago.
that's from 94.
Go through the small print.
But still, the other sales don't really reflect the need for another store, so I'm going to have to vote to deny.
Chairman Bradley?
I would vote to approve, but it's denied, sorry. Good luck. Yep.
Next item is 595, Los Marineros Corp.
I could not do that, sorry.
You said 595?
595.
Michael Rhodey for the licensee. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
You already pulled it.
This is a request to open up a default.
What's your client's address?
128 Wyckoff Avenue.
Is that what we have?
I'll double check.
Well, this is coming from the system. It says 128. Something else going on there.
No, I don't want the address of the place, I want his home address.
Oh.
Her home address.
Her, I'm sorry. Or just give me the street. You don't need to give me the number, but I just want to make sure it's the same as us, because I bet you it isn't.
106th Street, 3217 106th Street.
Is that what we have?
Yeah, that's what's on the pleading.
So, I mean,
East New York, 11369.
all right, I don't believe him. But I will
You wanna
send it
take
back to council's
Yeah, you want to
office.
go back to council's office?
Yeah, please.
Commissioner Ford?
I've never seen more certified mail not get delivered.
Next item, 602, Big Three Liquor, Inc. Who's Mike?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. I represent the applicant. I made an offer in compromise. This gentleman has owned this premises for 35 years. He doesn't have one violation. The situation was that he met this other owner on Williamsbridge Road through his daughter. They both went to high school together. And actually, there are 5 charges, but if you look at them, there were only 2 times that Williamsbridge asked him to share in late
I mean,
November.
that's call it what it was. They weren't sharing, they were co-op buying.
Actually, not, these are the only.
How long was it going on?
It was only going on for this period.
How long has he been open? Since 78, and you're telling me this is the first time he decided to do this in
Absolutely.
35 years?
Yes, because he didn't know this person at all.
He knew it was wrong, right? Didn't you know it was wrong?
I knew, yeah, not gonna lie.
But he wasn't doing this. This came about because his daughter, the 2 daughters went to school together, and that's how the fathers met. And it was the request by Williamsbridge to ask to share this. And as soon as he realized in June, he hasn't spoken to him and he hasn't been involved.
What is his sales a year, approximately?
2.2?
Million.
Yes.
And you're sharing cases?
I didn't share. He borrowed, he
He
replaced him.
borrowed them, and that's the 5th
Not
charge.
common practice.
This is not a common practice, and the 5th charge is
How many, what's the sales per year of the guy you did it with in Williamsbridge? Who apparently was doing it with other people as well?
Are you representing the other gentleman?
No, I am not, and we don't know anything about him. As soon as we represented this applicant, he's stopped all contact. He doesn't.
Do you know who owns Third Avenue Liquor?
I do not.
Do you know who owns Vernon Wine and Liquor in Long Island City?
I do not.
We own a piece of property up on East Tremont Avenue in the Bronx. He's had it, his family has had it for many, many years, but he himself has had it for 35 years without one violation.
Margarita, did you guys sign off on this?
I didn't personally review the CNC offer.
Is this low or am I wrong?
My suggestion was, my notes suggested a higher amount.
Mr. Chairman, it's actually just 2 incidents, and he has had no relationship with him.
No, I know, but it goes right to the heart of this law that, you know, and whether I agree with it, don't agree with it, it's irrelevant. The bottom line is the law is there to make sure there's a level playing field, and whether he was helping somebody out or not, he was making sure that that field was not level.
Mr. Chairman, I have no disagreement. As you know, it's.
Well, so I'm not, you know, I don't know that we're going to kill him, but as far as the dollar value,
But
but
this was only 2, it's an incident, and the relationship is not a business relationship. This
Aaron, were you
relation-
ready to accept this?
There,
It's up to you guys. Go ahead.
just so you know, there is no adverse history going back to 7.
No, I know. But then you have to go with the
Oh, yeah.
belief that this never happened before.
Got 'em.
Well, that's my
only
belief.
That's where you're leaning?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, the only relationship that these 2 people had was through their daughter. They were both in high school together. They were both cheerleaders. That's how the fathers met. They've had no relations before. They had definitely no relationship since.
All right, I'm ready.
Commissioner Fan,
Don't do it again. I'm going to accept.
Commissioner Ford.
Same here, I'll accept the 10,000.
I'll accept.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is 572, Hard Eight Restaurant Company, LLC.
Good afternoon. Me again.
Are you here to gloat? What's?
I'm not here to
you
float,
go.
so I make sure that you adopt the findings of the ALJ.
You have that look, Frank.
I
Gloating.
have a bad feeling about the rest of my life.
I'm at dismiss.
Dismiss 1 and 2. I think we mischarged this, but I'm going to let it go.
All set, all right.
Dismiss.
Thank you.
Next item is 618, The Ranch Rest and Bar of Guyana, Inc.
Good afternoon, Matthew Leone for the licensee. With me today also is Bobby Raghunandan, who is he's the licensee. Bobby had submitted a conditional no contest plea, and I believe it was in front of the board the last time, and you asked for him to come up. I wasn't representing him at the time, but we're here to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, the reason we asked him to come in is
What's going on?
Yeah.
Third, fourth, fifth time.
Is he there every night?
Well, he is now. You know, he's owned the place, he's operated the business, and he's owned the building since 2001. I believe he's had like a clean history up until now.
No, that's why we called him in. He hasn't. In the last year, there's 3 disorderly premises on this case.
Right.
He did CNCs on 2 others in 2018.
Right.
Not to mention a sale to minor.
Right. I think and up until then.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's why we called him in. What's
Okay,
going on?
Right, so he is there now on a daily basis, both he and his wife. Yeah, in discussing it, he says that there's been, and like I said, he's owned the place for a long time. His crowd generally is, middle-aged crowd. They don't have dancing, they don't have loud music. He says, but he has noticed in the last year or so that there were maybe some younger customers coming in, different customers than his usual customer base. And I have seen this around a little bit, and I'm thinking maybe it's from some of the other bars and lounges and clubs that have closed within the last year or so, that have been closed down, and those customers are kind of trickling out and finding.
Does he have security?
So he has security, although
Are we aware of it?
It's happening now.
Okay.
So that's in the process.
Well, make sure it happens quickly.
And it
Before
will.
somebody gets out there and writes you up.
No, it will.
All right, I'll accept, but, you're heading down a bad, tough path, and if somebody gets hurt, you could be really hurt. You may find us out there shutting it, so.
Okay.
Commissioner Fan?
Yeah, I'll accept.
Commissioner Ford?
How
What
late
he
are
said.
How late are you open?
Midnight.
You're open till midnight?
Till midnight.
And this stuff's going on?
Yeah, we open up till midnight.
Your original license had you guys at 4.
Yeah.
No, that's okay. That's okay. They're operating it themselves. They're happy to close when they do.
Okay.
All right.
We're good.
All right.
Next item is 608, Heat Caribbean Kitchen and Lounge, Inc.
Oh, no, because they're voluntarily closing at noon, let it go. A
Oh,
minute, let
that
it go.
tells you that,
6:08.
Yes.
Terrence Flynn on behalf of the applicant. This application is before you because we would not agree with the community board as to the hours of operation on the weekend. When my client appeared before the community board, he agreed to every other stipulation. They wanted him to close at 1 o'clock across the board. My client had asked for 4 o'clock on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. and I actually agreed to make that 3 o'clock, but the community board stuck with 1. My client has been in this space, running this operation for about a year without a liquor license, without any problems whatsoever. His neighbors have no problem with him being there, and by neighbors, they're
How long is he open now, without alcohol?
about a year. Yeah.
No, at what hours, I mean?
We open from 12 midday till about 11, between 11 and 12 midnight.
There are only 2 neighbors that are next door. There's 2 buildings, small buildings that have 3 stories with residents, 2 stories with residents. The rest of Jamaica, as you know, is very commercial. His whole area is commercial, going all the way down both directions. The odd thing was the night that he was there was a premise right down Jamaica Avenue called Jordy's Joint, which was given a 4 a.m. license.
So what's going on here? Because this place was previously a catering hall.
Yeah.
And was not problematic then.
We don't understand why the community, that's why we're here. We don't understand why the community board is insisting on 1 when we're only looking for 3 on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, but 1 o'clock during the week is fine with us. We agreed to every other stipulation. He's been within the community for the year operating this premise. In fact, he actually goes to all the precinct council meetings, even though he doesn't have a liquor license. He goes to those meetings and has spoken with the police, and the police that he's spoken to don't have a problem with him being.
Special Operations Lieutenant Estrella from 102 Precinct, and the head of the community, Officer Severino from 102 also. He's head of Community Affairs.
Yep.
And Lieutenant Estrella, head of Special Operations.
Spice Catering, which did a sale to Myron, that had nothing to do with you.
No.
That's the previous, you just kept the name when you...
He could be kitchen.
And how do you know your partner?
Excuse me?
Wendella?
Wendella, we dated for 10 years, and then we broke up, but we were still best friends, so we've known each other for 15 years.
That's dangerous.
Well,
You're in business with an ex-girlfriend.
Well, we both don't have much family, so we lean on each other for a long time. I cook, she's the front
I
of the house.
respect that.
I'm the chef, she runs the front of the house.
We ready to vote? Yeah.
So what do you...
Well, I'm not, actually. What's the music situation here?
Just DJ and recording music jukebox. We in the future, we would like to do some live music, maybe once in a while on a weekend during the day,
Wait, so you are asking for DJing?
Because you didn't in your
It's
application.
not in,
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought we did.
Is there dancing?
No.
Because you got a lot of open space, at least, unless this graph is just not drawn to scale.
But what type of events do you cater?
Well, excuse me?
We're a restaurant now.
We're a restaurant and a lounge. We want to be a restaurant and a lounge. Right.
The old place was
Oh,
a
I'm
catering
sorry.
hall.
It used to be a catering facility.
Got it,
It's a
sorry.
pretty small place, it's not that big.
All right.
I can show you a picture scale-wise, and you can see it's not that big a place compared to the 2 small buildings besides it.
what's there? Upstairs is residential?
Yes.
Right, and none of those people have any opposition.
Are you doing DJs right now? You can come up.
Well, they didn't know about the DJ.
Yeah.
But they were there before when it was a catering hall, and they used to have music too, because the landlord at one point, when he renovated it, he soundproofed the ceilings.
You didn't note it with the community either.
Wood frame building.
And across the street, it's all industrial, there's no others.
It's basically across the street is industrial all the way down.
What's that at the end of the street? Is that train?
It's the old aqueduct train line. It's Esalen.
Not being used.
It's not being used, it hasn't been used, but if you go down Atlantic on the other side of the street, it is commercial all the way, both ways, all the way down to a large strip mall that's down the other end.
Mhm.
On his side, he has a Con Ed substation, and then commercial going all the way down, commercial the other way, with the exception of the residences next to him and above. There are no other residences in the immediate area. The other thing that's really important to point out is this is not a 500-foot case. There aren't
Yeah, no,
any
I saw
places
that.
within 500 feet.
Yep.
And he absolutely qualifies for the license.
What hours are you asking for?
We're-
How late?
We're asking till 1 a.m. from Sunday to Wednesday, and 4 a.m. Thursday to Saturday.
All right, Tom, I think we're ready now.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
With recorded music only, no dancing, no promoters, no DJs, just because I don't feel like notification to the community board ever included that information, and so not comfortable changing that in the application as of yet. I am thinking 2 a.m. across the board. Two security guards, 6 employees with the manager.
Well, me and Wendell both are there all day long. I
Okay.
she's at her house. And plus, we're gonna have a manager there too.
Okay, with manager and 2 security guards. And I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I was going to give you 1 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and Friday and Saturday, 2 a.m.
I'm okay with that.
Going backwards.
Chairman Bradley?
No.
He's just not.
I can't help you. I was going to give 4 a.m.
Yeah, can I just say one thing?
So you're stuck with those. I'm not going to, but
Just, I want to say one thing, just real quick. I know
Come
you
back
have
in a year.
That's the tough part. To tell us to come back in a year, it's fine to come back in a year, but 6 months, if you tell me to come back in 6 months, it would be, no one showed up in opposition to this application. No one.
They sent a letter.
Okay, then you shouldn't be worried about coming back. Look, it's one step up. You're in the wood frame building. There are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 apartments that are very close to you. So let's just see how it goes. And
Can we come back in 6 months? Is what I'm asking.
So what's the final hours?
1 Sunday.
no, I'm going to go with Commissioner Fan and go 2 across the board, since I was going to go 4, so.
Okay, 2 across the board?
All right,
I have
2
two of
across
those?
the board.
All right.
I'll one-up you. Come back in 6 months. All right?
Thank you.
Item 6:30, Dell Associates.
Wait, where did the DJ end up?
no
No
DJ.
DJ.
Okay, no dancing, no promoters, you're good with
Not
that?
yet.
6:30, Dell Associates, Inc. Somebody sign in for that. You want to do it anyway?
Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
It's not 500 foot, so.
6:30,
They can't. I know.
6:30.
But when they just.
6,000 accept.
You're good with that?
Right.
All right. 5:29, Omar Caribbean
Wait, I'm
Hall.
sorry, 6:30?
6:30 was, somebody had signed in for it.
Okay, but we accept?
Yes. 5:29, Omar Caribbean Hall, Inc.
Sustain 1, dismiss 2, sustain 3 and 4, dismiss 5.
Sorry, Chairman, what did you do
Cole.
with charge 2?
Dismissed, didn't they?
Yes, well, counsel's office has an issue with the judge's dismissal of count 2. The testimony was that there were 50 to 60 patrons consuming alcohol, loud music. There was a table with alcohol on it, and with DJ equipment. Under ABCL 65, a sale includes delivery, which would literally mean one person handing alcohol to another. So it's counsel's office position that what was going on there would constitute a sale. Also, in New York State, we don't have BYOB. I believe the defense testimony was that this was sort of a private party where everybody brought their own alcohol, but that's not permitted. And especially here where the license was suspended.
All right.
Ms. Marsico's inaccurate. I tried the case. The testimony was there were 5 to 6 people, not 50 to 60 people. Big
Right,
difference.
but the rest of it is accurate. What she's saying, at least according to the ALJ.
There were people who were employees of these premises who sat together at a table and had a party.
Well, I know what you're saying. It's true. But what she's saying is the ALJ was wrong based on the facts that the ALJ wrote down. And she's right, because the charges, the ALJ is saying that the licensee had to sell the alcoholic beverage, and we don't have, that if it's there being served in the place, we don't care if it's sold or handed to them.
Wasn't being served. It was sitting on
Somebody
the
was bringing
table
it.
while these people sat around eating. If someone wanted a drink, they got up and poured their own drink.
Yeah, but you can't this is a licensed establishment, and they were under suspension.
Wherein the license was suspended. We
Right.
did not sell or serve.
Oh, come on.
Licensee
Now you're-
did not sell or serve.
All you have to do is allow it to happen on your place that you control.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the testimony was that all of these licensees' alcohol was locked up with a roll-down gate.
Well, you
in
can't
front
let
of the bar.
somebody bring it in if you're suspended.
That's what happened. That's what happened.
So I'm going to
didn't-
sustain 2, sustain 1, 2, 3, 4, sustain, dismiss 5. Go ahead.
I,
You don't have any,
I,
no, I mean as far as,
I don't necessarily agree with the board, but I understand it, and
no, I mean, but we're about to give a penalty. Do you want to talk about that or no?
I'm asking that the penalty be as reasonable as possible. As you know, this premises just came off a suspension where it did not operate. We do have further charges down the road, which Ms. Marsico will mention, and we do have.
How many do we have?
2 more.
There's 2 more notices of pleading with extensive.
What are they?
Focal point, quality of life,
So
fire
this, I mean, I don't think that is going to change my decision anyway, but this becomes a business decision, right?
We want the opportunity to try those 2 other cases.
No, I get that. I'm just saying.
I
that-
understand where you're going,
Yeah.
and
All right, I'm back canceling bond.
for charges that are relatively minimal in the scale of things, cancel.
Well, the failure to post suspension notice and sale during a suspension period, I don't hold as minimal. And,
The suspension notice was posted.
and he could have been found to have a extension cord being used as permanent wiring, I would have canceled him, given his adverse history.
Doesn't
His
seem-
adverse history in the last 5 years, it looks like he's paid 30, 40, 45,000 and been suspended 90 days, which tells me that he probably didn't have enough money to pay more than 30,000. And that to me is just someone who should not be in business, and many of those charges are violence, police focal point, sales to minor, failure to conform to application, max occupancy. I mean, it's just not, it's clearly somebody who disregarded the law.
That's an adverse history that we paid our penalty for. This license has been there for how many years?
Doesn't matter, it goes straight, whatever they paid the penalty for, it certainly goes to the penalty on the next
The
one.
issues have been the last 2 years only,
I know.
of a licensed premises that's been there for, I think, 20 years.
No, we got it since 2012, but
I think we had it before in a different company,
that could be.
same ownership.
But I'm at
I'm asking for a monetary penalty
Commissioner
rather than
Fan?
cancellation.
I was also at cancel bond.
Commissioner Ford.
I had just written down enough from when I read this. So I guess you can as well. To take a penalty, a high penalty, is just really just taking your money. So I cancel the bond.
The next,
Wait, can you just say one thing?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Kendall Stewart, and because of my son, all of these things have been happening to me because of what has been happening in that particular precinct. And I feel this is really a penalty that I am sustaining now, that I don't think I should have been given this penalty of taking away my license. I have been to the public advocate with this particular issue before, and my son decided to have a function when he was told not to have the function, and from since then, we've been being punished.
Well, I'm not aware of what you're talking about, so that, I'm not punishing you for that. I'm punishing you for the charges.
There was an event, the West Indian event, that the police asked the day before that it be stopped. That was the sum substance, or one of the main charges in the last suspension. Mr. Stewart's son ignored that request by the police and had the event. So that's what he's referring to. As a result of that, the precinct has been all over this place on a regular basis.
Well, but many of these, I know, but, all right, I understand that, but many of these charges are based on events that occurred, meaning that unauthorized alterations. They didn't make that up. That means you changed the establishment from what we were where it was. Focal point for police attention. I'm looking at his past history.
I don't remember an unlicensed alteration.
Well, he's got that. He's got
There's one coming up.
he's got disorderly premises on 2 different dates. Those are events that occurred at your location. Now, whether you felt like you were guilty of those or not, you made an agreement and paid the fine. So you didn't go to hearing on those. So that means you were, in fact, guilty of them, or you pled no contest. So I understand that you feel like you're being persecuted, but we have nothing to do with the police going in your place. They're reacting to events that are occurring there.
No, but the fact is, if there is a function and we assume that something is going to happen, we call the security will call the police.
Yeah, but there's too much stuff happening. That's the point I'm making. Events are happening that are causing problems.
But if we don't call, there might not be anything, but we call to make sure that nothing adversely happens. What's the sense calling the police and then they write you up as if something happened?
Because you have a responsibility as a licensee to make sure that the events that are occurring at your establishment are safe. And many of these charges here indicate that they weren't.
We have also implemented entirely new security and had no issues at the premises since August, which may not sound like much, but this is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, but I'm sure, but it's too late. And then there's still stuff pending, which also are violent incidents, I'm assuming.
They were unlicensed alteration.
No, there's other.
No, the unlicensed alteration was from 2017.
Unlicensed alteration.
Well, so, there appears to me not to be any improvement.
Put it on the sidewalk.
Oh. All right.
You voted.
That's it.
Next items, 621, 622, 623, 624, 625, 55 Long Island Corp.
Didn't think this would be an easy day. There's an offer in compromise before you to settle the charges.
30,000 accept.
How many violations? How many violations can one place have?
Premises is under contract. I have met with the community board last month, and I'm preparing a new application. This licensee is pretty much moving on.
Commissioner Fan?
I accept him.
All right, Commissioner Ford?
I think it should be higher, but I'll accept it.
They're going to be out by, I would say, mid-April.
Chairman Bradley?
So then why can't we just cancel it?
There's a sale conditioned upon this. In fact,
Condition upon what, though? They're going to have to apply, the new people.
yes, part of the contract of sale is the payment of this fine. She doesn't have it.
But if she just cancels in bond, what's the problem? Because right here, I had revoked down, not knowing about the sale.
Right.
And, some of the stuff that went on here is egregious.
It was a very short license period. A lot of bad stuff happened quickly, which has convinced her to step away from the project. If you revoke or if you cancel, I can't pay the fine. I do have a new group, it has nothing to do with this group, who's already met with the landlord.
Right, so
already
why does the
met with
cancel,
community board.
that's my point. If it's a new group, why does the cancel matter to anybody?
Well, it matters because these people can operate immediately. They can do business in May.
I don't know if I
Temporary
want them
permit.
to without them coming here.
Is the new group adult entertainment?
Yes. This has always been adult entertainment and will always be. I have a landlord who is indicating that if I lose this license today, if this is revoked to cancel today, then she's got serious problems and may have to stay. I don't want her to stay. You don't want her to stay.
Well,
This new group, well,
Cleaning up the blood, not calling the police?
yeah.
The new group is assuming we're going to license them too, aren't they? That kind of an assumption to make?
Is it an assumption to make? Of course. Well, every application is. I mean, every application hopes that they're going to be
With this kind of-
approved.
With this kind of history?
At the
this
premises?
location, yeah.
Commissioner Ford, I've licensed this location maybe 4 or 5 times. It's been this type of business, I think, since the 70s. This has been the one that's been the problem. The other ones have not had these kind of issues.
And then
So it's clearly to this licensee.
And then he came in, he said he'd never be part of the place, the felon, and he's
Yeah, he is
there
not-
every night?
No, absolutely not there every night.
He's an unpaid as a consultant through Longfellow Consulting? Happens to be addressed at their house?
Well, if it is her company, he is not involved in these premises. He
He
cannot.
has access to the office, the CCTV system, and business records.
That was an assumption that the investigator made.
Answered all questions regarding the operation of the business, such as where the bank account was, who was issued, who was authorized to handle the account.
All of that came from an email from Cindy directly, which I have a copy of.
I just don't know why I would keep this open. All right, I'll go to 40,000. If you're telling, and I'm assuming the representation you're making that this is going to be sold and is in the process of being sold is accurate, because it's...
Contract is signed, community board, I met with 2 weeks ago. Last week.
Would the new applicant come before the board, or?
I can still make them come before the board, but I'll take 40. And they come before the board.
We've got 2 taking the,
Hold on, no, we got 2.
no, they've already,
I'll take 40.
Oh, come on.
To be honest about it, I'd written down either revoke or double it, so 40.
And then make that applicant come to the board?
I'm sorry, if you do that, I can't get a temporary permit.
Well, then, too bad.
There's people getting hurt here.
One operation that's no longer going to be there.
No, you
Out of
can't
the
represent
five-
the interests of someone who's not even in the room, like...
What do you mean I can't represent the interests?
You can't. You can't say because then they can't operate. That's not a reason.
They're my clients.
You're representing
They're not who
I
you're
am representing the applicant as
Yeah,
well
but
as,
you're not representing them today.
I represented them last week before the community board. I know
for
very
this,
well.
for this appearance, that's not what you're here for.
If you,
I'm just not comfortable that one, her husband blatantly lied to the authority previously. And I'm not comfortable in the fact that they are not going to be part of this. I need to talk to the people that are going to be part of this. And I don't know that we would give them a temp, would we, Jackie, with these kinds of charges?
If this is a monetary fine, and in all likelihood,
these
yes,
kind of
because
charges,
the
we would?
board did not choose to terminate.
as long as they paid the fine, yes.
would you consider approving the temporary, and I'll still bring them here for the full application? Otherwise, we're killing a deal. I don't even know if at 40 I can still do this.
I'll do that. 40, and you can give them the temp, but I want them to appear before us.
Thank you.
Yep.
You're taking the 40?
That's the council offer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you can wait till you get it, okay.
Thank you.
630C. L. Menacia Enterprises, Inc.? Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Grau Estrada. I work for them. He's the owner of Antiala. He's the manager. We just asked for extension of hours to be a fair competition with the other business around. If they are here, in case you have any questions about that.
You're going to be open till 4 a.m., but stop serving alcohol?
At 3.
The last call is gonna be 3 o'clock, 3:30. Usually right now, we are selling food, but our customers are sometimes getting upset with us because we're selling only food and we don't have any kind of beer. They say, why do you have the liquor until 4 o'clock, the other place in the front have? Say, I cannot sell it because I got the lights only until 2 a.m. But the last beer we served at 1:30 is not enough for the customers. All the customers are leaving. So I come to the owner to say, if you give me a chance to have until 4.
Are you staying open till 4 right now and just not serving alcohol?
No, only on the last call is 1:30, I'm saying.
And then you're shutting the doors at 2.
We shut the door at 2. But we got a lot of customers. It's hard, especially on the weekends, to say, I'm sorry, we're turning on the light, so we don't have any food or anything. So we are sometimes with a customer, they just came, they just working. How come you guys don't have food? The other places have, but the other place is crowded with the customers, they don't have place to go. It's only 2 Ecuadorians in the front, and we are the third one.
How long has this place been open?
We are open.
16.
We're open for 5 years.
In 2015, we disapproved them for full on-premise. The board did.
Oh, they're only restaurant wine, okay.
Yeah, you downgraded them to restaurant wine. I was
All
just
right.
calling Neil
You're the
Johnson.
licensee?
No, he's the owner, I'm the manager, I'm running the.
You're the manager and you're the licensee? Okay.
I'm running the place every night. We don't have any problem, any police activity.
No, we have nothing, all right.
I've got nothing. I vote to approve.
I'll approve it too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next item is 620 Angels of the World, Inc.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Secretary, Counsel, Kerry Katsouris, attorney for the licensee, and Mr. Stukas here is the licensee.
So dismiss 1, sustain 2, dismiss 3, sustain 4, 5, and 6.
Can I just confirm whether or not my submissions of March 2nd and March 13th were received by the members?
March 2nd and March what?
13th.
Were they, Tom?
Your March 12th
I got one, yeah.
submission
Yes.
was received.
Okay. That dealt with filing an endorsement application for a trade name.
I don't know that it's gonna matter. I mean, he's doing the same stuff over and over again.
I respectfully disagree with you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, we got failure to supervise.
I don't understand.
He's already paid a fine for that. We got failure to conform. He's already paid a fine for that. Or did he?
All fines have been paid.
It appears to me that we made some direction and about how he should be operating, and he played games with those directions. We said you need to hire bartenders. You can't bring guest bartenders in, so he was hiring bartenders for the night. We told him no special events. A special event to me means you're inviting people in because you're doing something special. The fact that you happen to do that every week on the same night is still a special event.
Told them to close at 3, people out by 3:30. And yet, he took
That was
that
a
to me.
misunderstanding on the part of the license.
There's no misunderstanding. You were playing games.
Sir, respectfully, when I picked up the liquor license, and I read 3:30 on it, I understood, like every other liquor license, when I asked that it meant 3:30 meant you can serve alcohol at 3:30. The problem I faced in the past with throwing people out is it becomes a disorderly premise outside because people are just hanging out and not leaving until they get into their vehicles. So letting them stay 5-10 minutes extra or 15, I thought I was assisting to eliminate a problem. I take responsibility for that. But the bartender situation.
So there's a directed, and the only reason you didn't get a focal point is because apparently, by the grace of God, nothing has happened at your place. And I don't even know if I agree with the ALJ's finding there, because they're still directing patrols to your location. They still feel the need to do that. Why?
Again, it is the only place that's open in the area. The place is completely quiet and dark. So the police department, we have asked them from time to time to drive by to assist us to make sure that nothing happens. If every time they send a police officer to drive by, they call that a 911, we never called.
we never had any problems inside or immediately outside the premises for us to request the 911.
Didn't you have a shooting outside your premises?
No. There was a shooting allegation that took place some distance away, I think.
Well,
that
they were
was-
customers, though, right?
No.
Weren't they former customers?
The video surveillance shows that the people that were shot at had,
Been in his
had
place.
been inside his place, and it was two homicides.
This is what I'm talking
That
about.
occurred in the same exact location, which was a half mile away. And both.
So you're
were
telling me, so the police are just driving by there because they have nothing better to do? There's people with guns where you're just telling me there's nothing going on in the neighborhood
Mr. Chairman,
except
according-
shooting.
According to the testimony of the special ops lieutenant, the only reason they had their directed patrol was based upon the prior conduct of the licensee, which caused his suspension. He was open 12 days, and he's summarily suspended again.
It's open
And I
9 days.
submit, I don't think there was sufficient evidence before this board to warrant the summary suspension. But it happened, and he's been out of business.
I think there's more than enough since we directed him what he shouldn't be doing and he went and did it anyway.
He had his
Explain to me how specials on a Tuesday night aren't special events.
They're not special. This is how he operates on a weekly
But we
basis.
told him he can't.
You can never define what a special event. Special event to the licensee was he hires a particular celebrity to come in. That's a special event.
Well,
He didn't have that.
he was still having Celebrity Thursdays. That's not a special event?
There's also a football event that was.
They were
scheduled.
doing a party for the Super Bowl. That's not a special event?
No, I don't consider that a special event, Mr. Chairman.
Then you need to go and back and consult with your client, because how is it not a special event?
Everybody has a Super Bowl Sunday event. Is that called a special event? It's an event that happens. Valentine's
Well, so
Day.
you explain to me what a special event is then, if that's not.
I respectfully submit, Mr. Chairman, a special event is when you bring someone into that would not otherwise be there to cause people to come into the premises.
Like a Celebrity Thursday, perhaps, which he was having.
You can answer that.
Hey, we just gave it a name, sir. We just gave a thing a name for it to just stick.
But your lawyer just told me that's a special event. And we told you not to have any.
We didn't have any special events, so we just called, we gave every night a different name, just for the sake of having a name.
To make it seem like it was special. Right?
But it wasn't a special event because.
No, it's not, because you decided it's not. So
Yeah, we're splitting semantics here.
no, I don't think we are. I think we were really clear about what not to do, and you went and did it anyway.
He tried to comply.
He didn't try anything.
Hire all the new bartenders.
Who were on the
They
payroll.
They were only 9 days, but they were on the payroll. We have all their W-4s.
And wasn't the first problem because of a celebrity?
Yes, it was, the
So
problem
that
was.
we're going to keep doing that when you got...
The violence because of.
We opened up, we didn't have not a single celebrity come inside.
During the
Well,
12 days
DJs
they
are
were open.
celebrities, because the DJs are on Hot 97, so the DJs are using themselves as celebrities.
The DJs are salaried employees of a licensee.
But they're also DJs on Hot 97, and they're celebrities.
But they're licensed employees. The purpose of the December meeting here was to have bartenders, whoever works there, to be employed
They're
by
also
the
on,
licensee.
they're also on HBO, or I forget the channel.
I mean, here's...
One of the
you know,
DJs is a television star.
And you talk
He's in
to
a
me as if
reality-
I'm out of bounds here, and this is what the ALJ wrote. Did you read the decision? The licensee was extremely lax in complying with the board's restrictions and very adept at working around them. He did not show respect for the board's intent or diligence in supervising the premises. Now, if you're sitting in my seat, what does that mean to you?
I'd be annoyed.
What do I seem like?
You're annoyed. May I suggest the imposition of a $30,000 fine, permit him to
No, we
reopen?
threw enough money at this. I'm done. I don't know where they are, but I'm done. Cancel and bond.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm canceling bond.
Commissioner Ford?
Might as well make it unanimous, cancel and bond.
Come on, we've had 2 dead bodies.
Suspended you twice. Thank you.
Next item, 616, Steeplechase, Inc.
Offering compromise to resolve the charges.
616.
What's the failure to comply or conform?
You know, I didn't bring it up.
Food, no food? Do you have
Oh, we have
food?
food. We have food.
And no kitchen?
No, it says no food for sale, no kitchen.
Do you have a kitchen?
We have a food prep area in the basement. It's on the plans. It's there.
Yeah.
Okay.
This arose because of another event that arose, which I appeared a while back and paid a fine on. This is now the follow-up because there was a situation that happened there. It's all the same event, basically.
Okay, I'll accept.
I'll accept.
1,500 accept.
Thank you.
619, International Food House, Inc.
Dismiss 1 and 2, sustain 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
I'm at 7,000.
I think the majority of those were signs and license blocked by straws.
I think I gave you credit for that.
It just seemed that this is a premises that, although I was here a month ago, this has been there for a long time with no trouble whatsoever.
You know, they weren't licensed for guards, they had them, but not supposed to, but probably should get them.
Well, we have to because of the neighborhood. I will be filing an application to amend the method of
Yeah,
operation.
you definitely need them.
Yeah, in that neighborhood, yes. But this is what's happening.
That's what the failure to conform is, the security guards?
I'm sure. This neighborhood is in Washington Heights, this restaurant.
I was at 4, because he's right, the first 3 are only worth $750.
It was security.
Yeah, it was security guards.
It's been a restaurant forever.
Mixing.
Excuse me.
Ford, where are you?
I'll compromise at 5.
5,000.
5.
You're good if they add security, doesn't need to come here?
No.
Okay.
Oh, we can,
But you definitely have to get it.
we don't have to file a change in the method of operation.
Yes, but you do have to file it, but it doesn't have to come here.
Oh, thank you.
Next item is 566, Way Out West, LLC.
Offering compromise to resolve the charges. Licensee with a good record of one unfortunate incident.
2,000, accept.
I'll accept.
Accept.
Thank you.
627, A&B Liquor Store, Inc. Someone signed in for it, I guess.
Give this to Tom for
Are
me.
you coming for Romano?
627, Tom?
627.
Letter of warning, accept.
Not really open for a year as of last May. Current
You
status.
good with that?
Yes, I'm okay.
542, Turtle Bay Tavern Corp.
5 what, 2?
542.
542.
Good afternoon. This was a offer compromise you accepted for surrendering a $20,000 fine. It was a mix-up. We
I'll
gave
take
the
it,
check.
yeah, yep.
Accept 20,000's license is canceled.
It was not canceled, it was surrendered
Oh, well,
pursuant to.
surrender.
Yeah, thank you.
Just granting reconsideration to accept the check, right?
Yes, and surrender the license.
Yep.
604, White Diamond Restaurant Corp.
This is an offer compromise to resolve the charges.
3,000, accept.
Accept. Why are your things all spread out?
Excuse me?
Why didn't you sign them all in together?
My client came on a licensee matter earlier, then I showed up, so it
Okay.
was spread out.
So they signed you in?
Yeah, they signed it. Thank you very much.
604?
So we're good with 604?
Yes.
617, 3758, East Tremont Rest Corp.
Accept. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't know you were still here. I saw you putting your scarf on.
I'm getting ready to leave. Offer a cancellation bond.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
Thank you.
528, Team Papelita, Inc.
Argelio Rodriguez here. Good afternoon for Team Papeleta Inc. This is an application for a change of method of operation, and the matter was put over so that a year can finalize, since they were licensed, to come back to make this request, and then also to allow for the licensee to be present here. So the licensee, Jado Valerio, has asked me to request another adjournment.
Where is he?
Where's she?
Or she?
She says she's having issues with post-pregnancy.
This has been carried over several times. I mean, I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but I don't have an issue with this. She doesn't have any problems.
I am voting against the method of operation as permitted right now. No DJs, no topless dancing, none of the things that they're doing right now. So if they can't comply with the existing stipulations, I just don't see how this could be good for the establishment. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Explain that I'm not following you. They're not complying with the existing
No,
STIPs?
the
Where-
STIPs are no DJs.
And they're having DJs?
Yeah.
If
you look on the website,
if I may, I'd like for her to come to address
Well, I mean,
those issues.
yeah, but this has been put over now 4 times. He's right about that. I mean, we're not going to sit here and hold this. We could,
She can explain that she had a C-section. She can explain.
No,
how
I'm
she-
sure I- and I-
C-section or not, she's operating with all these special promoters, DJs, strip shows.
That's not true.
You can look at the website. Look at the website.
That I didn't do, so. Here's the thing about, well, she'd have to come here since we're going to be in Albany.
But we have a
and
denial?
well, and the other thing I'm uncomfortable with is we have nothing from the community board, and they actively oppose this application originally. Did you go to the community board about any
I
of this?
presented.
And what'd they do?
They actually were in support of it until the last minute, and then they raised what Commissioner Fan explained, which is a single Instagram post, which was
It's
done
not
for
a single,
marketing.
the whole website, it's, all the events are special events with DJs, et cetera. You should look at it. They're your client.
And they're, you said something about strippers too?
Yeah,
This is, oh my God.
All right, I denied too then.
Was there any account of any strippers happening? I mean, whose word are we going by here? Who's saying these things?
The website.
The website.
But
Topless dancers.
You're telling us you didn't look at your client's website, but she did?
Look, this is a gay bar. What's topless? Like, if there are men walking around without a shirt, is that a violation of the law? I mean, I'd really love to see what these posts are, and if
Go ahead and look
I
at
would
it
love to see
first.
a police officer testify that they see these things inside the establishment.
Commissioner Ford, what was your vote
I'm
here?
going to change to deny as well.
Okay.
You can always request.
Yeah, I mean, you can reapply. I'm not comfortable with the fact that that you're telling me you did meet with the community board. They've apparently voted against it. And for the same reason we did, right? I mean, they're telling you the same thing that they saw on the website, that there was stuff going on.
They saw one post on Instagram.
That there was stuff going on that they did not approve of, correct? Meaning that when this place initially applied, they were told that type of activity, whatever it was, wasn't going to happen, right? I mean, that's what I'm asking you.
These
is
things
that-
are done for marketing purposes. I'm not saying that it was actually done inside, and they would explain this.
So now you're telling us that you're advertising that there's all of this stuff going on in the bar, but none of it's happening.
Yeah.
Under the law, if you advertise people dancing under the New York City Code, you could be held liable for, violating that law.
I mean, I think they should reapply. I think you need to get the application together, and you need to get the community board on board. And based on what was presented here, and then 5 adjournments, which is you're asking for the 5th one, it's not possible for us to keep putting things over. We have other licenses that need to be dealt with.
I mean, politicians supported this. Danis Rodriguez, Carmen de la Rosa supported this.
Did he see the video? Did he see the website?
I wouldn't know.
Like I said, you can always request reconsideration and bring something that we haven't seen before.
Would I be able to undermine whatever was submitted as evidence of this kind of conduct?
How? I mean, you can make sure that the website is taken down, but my problem is that if the community board saw it as well, I don't know what, when I read an advertisement, I try to believe it, that this is what this place is gonna be. And you're telling me that what was ever up there, the activities that went on inside the establishment were completely different. I don't know why you would do that. But, so maybe that's the thing that needs to change as well. You can, like he said, you can do recon or you can reapply.
All right, thank you.
I have no other matters signed in. You want to proceed with everything else?
Yes.
Okay. 535 has been held over to April 10th. 535. You probably just took it out because I already told you it was held over.
Wait,
Start at 5:28.
5:35 is holdover, right?
We did 528.
Yes.
Right, so now we're at 535. It's the next item. That's held over to 410.
What is holdover, 528? 535. Okay, got it, sorry.
537,
Accept,
Accept.
538,
accept,
Accept.
539,
accept.
Accept.
540,
Reconsideration granted, accept 5,000.
Accept 1650. No.
541,
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
543,
I'm at
This is odd. I
3,000.
thought irregulars in the gambling proceeds prompted the members to notify the authorities that the guy was skimming.
Yeah.
That was interesting. 3,000.
544,
I had 10,000 down,
I thought it was open since 1933.
but
That one probably is open. Cattaraugus CT3, that's probably in the 40s.
wait, what the?
wait, I'm sorry, what
Wait a
number
minute,
are we on?
I'm sorry, hold on.
545?
544.
544.
43 and
It's this-
44, actually.
Oh, I see. Sorry, that was wrong. Yeah, what did you say?
1,000.
Yeah, that's fine, 1,000. Sorry, I was at the next one.
So 1,000 for which one?
544.
Right, 1,000. 545,
What'd you say?
That one is 10,000.
545.
10,000?
Yeah, counter 10.
Okay.
10.
549,
Accept.
Accept.
550,
3,500.
Sustain one, we usually jack it up if they have other history.
5,000.
How much you say?
5,000.
5,000.
551,
Sustain one.
Sale to minor. Owner disputes.
8,000.
8,000.
8,000.
552,
3,000.
So, we did receive the renewal,
Okay.
But we-
3,000.
3,000.
we just don't have an authorized principal signing it.
553,
I'm at cancel.
I am too. And we should check this for availing as well.
For the grocery store?
Yeah, cancel because bond's already claimed, right? Yes.
yeah, 554,
Accept 3,000, license is surrendered.
1,000?
555,
4,000, accept.
Accept.
556,
7,500, accept.
557,
Cancel and bond.
558,
3,000, accept.
3,000 accept.
559,
3,500, accept.
Accept.
561,
I'm at 8,000.
Sustain one, dismiss two, sustain three, dismiss 4 and 5, 8,000.
8,000.
563,
Sustain one. 3,500.
563,
Oh, I'm sorry, wrong one. No.
I had 2,000.
Alex, you have counter at
I
2,000?
had counted
All right,
2,000.
counter at 2,000.
Counter at 2,000.
567,
one, 3,500.
3,500.
568, 69.
I'm at dismiss.
Dismiss 1, 2, and 1 and 2. I didn't like this decision at all.
I didn't either.
I thought that she bought everything that the
Five,
licensee said, so. All right, go ahead.
570.
Dismiss all.
This 570, 3,000.
Sustain 1, sustain 4, dismiss 2 and 3, 3,000.
3,000.
571.
I'm at dismiss.
Dismiss 1 and 2.
5,
1, dismiss 1 and 2.
573.
I'm at 3,000. Maybe 5,000.
That was at 6. I treated it like a second sale.
Okay.
It would actually be even more than that because it's more than the second violation.
Right, but we'll do 6.
6,000.
Sustain 1, 6,000.
I had 7,000, so.
Ooh.
All right.
Ford. Not nice.
574.
Sustain 1, 2, and 3, dismiss 4, sustain 5, dismiss 6.
I'm at 10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
575.
Sustain 1 and 2.
I'm at cancel.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
576.
Sustain 1, 2, and 3, dismiss 4. I want to sustain 5. That ALJ dismissed the health regulations. But I think there was enough evidence there to sustain that. There were various violations and it relates to all of them.
Okay.
Sustain 5, too.
Sustain 5.
Sustain 6.
Sustain
So
6.
sustain everything except for 5,000.
I was at 7,000.
7,000.
Commissioner Ford, you good with all that?
7,000, yep.
Okay. 577.
Sustain all charges.
I was at 5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
578.
Accept 4,000.
579.
1,500.
1,500, accept.
580 and 81.
5,500.
500, accept.
582.
5,000.
5,000.
583.
Cancel and bond.
I was at cancel. Cancel and bond.
584.
Accept.
Wait a minute. Oh, 584.
585.
3,000.
Sustain charge 1, 3,000.
586.
Sustain charge 1,
3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
588.
Accept.
I'll accept 1,000.
1,000, accept.
589.
Accept.
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 590.
Accept.
Cancel. Accept.
591.
Probably should be canceled.
I was at 5,000. Really?
For what, the 591?
591.
Yeah.
Okay, 5,000. If they don't pay, it's canceled, right?
Yep.
There's 6 cases pending. Figure we'll have a revisit.
5,000 for 591?
Yeah.
Okay.
592.
7,000.
7,000.
7,000.
593.
12,500. Accept.
12,500, accept.
596.
Accept.
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 597 and 99.
This is per council's request, cancel and bond.
Yep. Cancel and bond.
598.
Mr. Springer's not very happy with us here.
598.
598.
I don't know.
I got cancel and bond there, too.
Really? No history, though.
No history.
Since 1977.
You want to bring them in?
I
No,
was
no
at
history since 2008.
Yeah, I know, but license issued in 1977.
Give me another number.
I was at 10,000, but
All right, 10,000.
10,000.
I
600.
definitely had heading downhill written down.
Accept.
4,000 accept.
4,000 accept.
601.
6
Name 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I was at 5,000.
That was at 12.
Okay. Commissioner Ford?
12,000.
12,000.
Okay. 603.
7,000 accept.
7,000 accept.
605.
5,000 accept.
606.
2,000 accept.
2,000 accept.
607.
Accept.
Accept.
611.
Accept.
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 626.
Accept.
628.
It's cancel the record, right?
So for the record, yeah.
Just cancellation?
It's revoked. Revoke and bond? Yeah.
It's surrendered.
I know, but.
That's fine.
All right, we
Don,
can
I already got a
cancel.
new liquor store in there.
What'd you say?
Said I think I already have a new liquor
Oh,
store.
You do,
So
yep.
we'll see about that.
Yeah.
Cancel and bond?
Yep.
629.
I'm at cancel. It's third sale to minor.
We generally go 4.
The
Except
fourth
that it's,
one?
yeah, but except it's clear they've had one prior to that. Because it's based on the fine.
Yes, they had at least one prior to.
So we can cancel. Cancel, then bond.
Cancel.
I will disapprove renewal then.
All right, last item is 630D. I was been advised by counsel's office that, from Mr. Furring, that doesn't matter which date you pick for the hearing, but you might want to put it on, like you said, this was supposed to be on for a, one of the full board meetings, so if you want to pick one of the May dates, I suppose,
All right.
That's fine.
pick one.
What are they?
May 1st.
1/15/29.
May 1st.
May 1st then. Are they gonna, is it gonna be contested?
I don't know, I haven't been told by the counsel's office if there's been any comments received.
All right. Yeah, well, the 1st.
I have nothing else, anybody else have anything?
Nope.
Nope.
Sign off on this boardroom, it's over.